map, like your tendency so far on this
There
attacker
we
side.
go.
For a content piece, oh my god. Poor guy.
Yeah, there we are. Got that working now. Sorry.
To really try to
Can we just create
Yeah,
a
it
poll
works.
of like the worst people on certain agents?
you do have the
You can
Nightfall
put
for that.
Mystics Rage.
Oh, is this in English? Oh, this was the Atletico Madrid thing that they did. FPX did stuff with Atletico, and EDG did stuff with Real Madrid. Which is really cool, like, I think this is really good. It's also really beneficial, I think, for Madrid and, well, both Atletico and Real. Because I feel like a lot of bigger football teams are trying to do stuff in the East, like trying to do, like, events in Japan, Korea, and China. But you see how much, what's, like, Son from Tottenham Hotspur, like, how much of a following he individually has. It's kind of crazy. Alright, that should be all good. We're live. The announcement's gone out. Turbo buff is real. It was very funny to watch. It was also just a massive surprise, I suppose, that somebody would do that. Good cast last night, by the way. Thank you, Vieira. I think I wasn't really happy with the first series that much, but like I've been feeling like a little bit unwell, hence blowing my nose. But like for the last couple of weeks, I've felt very bad, like very lethargic, a lot of brain fog, sort of a lack of energy or drive. But like partway into yesterday, like, I just felt like a lot better. Like the first series I felt awful for, but the second series, like, I got some like food, went to the bathroom, and yeah, for the second series, like I felt like I had that energy again, so that was nice. But yeah, first cast I wasn't happy with, second cast I was like probably one of the better ones that me and Pavlos have done together. Still not that amazing, but I think like the energy and the vibe was spot on. I think we bounced off of each other really well too. I think just what it's lacking is just because it is Polaris, it doesn't have a lot of like the narratives and the stakes of the event don't feel quite as big. When you got a playoff game where it's really one-sided as well, it's a bit like the game kind of writes itself, so you're just like, okay, I was just taking them round at a time. I also like, I know that I felt better yesterday because I had, what was it? I managed to build, like, actually sort out all of this stuff because all of these like data and stuff is done from the API, like run it back. Like you type stuff in, run it back, and it gets the event, the map, like team IDs and stuff, like how many rounds were run on attack and defense, if they won pistols, what comps they were running. All of this is just done instantly, and you copy and paste this CSV file into this, and it comes up with all of the nice looking data. But because there's no API for China yet, at least, I basically had to do all of this by hand. Like I just went for all of the games and did it myself. But yeah, I was feeling a lot better last night, so I was happy to do it. So I actually have data now for China. It's annoying that I have to like do it every single time, and like this isn't necessarily up to date. But it just makes my life a little bit easier. I think like after the first week I'm gonna check comps and then change it to most recent. So it doesn't feel as bad. What's the score on this? 7-5. So like Talon have had a good comeback here on that half. For the games were like Pacific that I'm missing today / yesterday, and obviously I haven't actually watched the VOD for JDG versus EDG. I saw like bits of it because I was casting, but I am gonna re-watch the VOD like on stream. Whether that's like tomorrow, Tuesday, like on the end of Pacific, or whether it's like Wednesday, Thursday of this week.
我觉得这个场馆还是蛮壮观的，震撼，能激励人吧，振奋吧，我觉得，就是特别有能力的人才能得到冠军。
I imagine the Real Madrid like stuff is good. Like all of this just trophies that are there, all of the history. Nice transition. Yeah, I think one of the things I'm excited for to see with China is like how they actually like some of the business strategy, because there's a lot of very intelligent people in charge of stuff with a lot of money that can do collaborations with fucking Real Madrid and Atletico whilst you're there. Like the fact that they did it and nobody else did is like, surprising. I mean, I'm kind of spoiling some of the stuff from last series. That's a great Gecko Flash, actually. It was playing YH, wasn't it? Perfect Gecko Flash. And I like that the editor highlighted it too, how many people it hit. That is such a typical Martin round too. Like just a casual like 4K. Yeah, this is literally just giving away all of the plays from yesterday. But I know that nobody got plenty of 4K, so this is guaranteed one of them. Winning round 2 from the looks. Just literally ran out of bullets at the end as well. Wow. And we know what play this was. The 1v5 ace. That transition between the two kills is good. This one's a little bit like, for AG, you're gonna be... It's like the first 2 kills were amazing. This was just all skill. This one, the AG just need to be a bit more of like aware of their positioning, did the barrel shun from there. And then Sword 9, I just don't know where he was thinking, what he was aware of. And he was also just playing in a position where... sorry, I have to mute the match song because it just gets copyright struck instantly. What was I saying? Yeah, I just wonder what like Sword 9's like mindset was, I guess, with it. I want to see if there's like any good like things that I can post on Twitter to show that we're live. We got a VCT China one. Surely there's like a graphic for the day's games. Let's just do this one. What is it? Trace v Nova, FPX versus Wolves. And then just do something like this. Okay. So 3 minutes until list starts. We've got...
It's gone to bleed and is playing with Ye, who currently plays in Pacific. And Scary is playing against his former teammates, but I say that, but most of them are now gone from the people that he actually played with before.
Scary on Talon, he was on Sersha, wasn't he?
Higher player than he does. It's very, very confusing. Like this Talon team is very weird. Actually, no, wait, they have Surf now, so it's actually they have 3. They have a tie core again.
I feel like for Talon's team too, it feels like it's in some sort of like weird transition.
That's when he was like
like you bring in like coaching staff, and then shortly afterwards you have people like Pataphan retire.
I miss being able to eat.
Like it's one of those ones that it's like
Wait, where the fuck is Sushi Boys?
I feel with Frost it'd be you'd want to give him just a fresh team, and then he can keep who he wants and
You hate Pataphan?
pick up who they want. It's always really hard, I think, for a coach to come in and you don't really get much say over the roster moves because you've got the majority of people in. Because I don't think it was that Frost came in and then bought in Ban and Governor. I think they were there. I think Ban was in there before, and then maybe he grabbed Governor.
Last year was some of the worst things I've ever seen. Their triple duelist split comp.
Did they take out Lenny instead of Surf? Which I actually think that's a great move.
They're like, oh, it worked in scrims.
Giving them a little bit of position, but still bad with the angles. Darien snaps onto its governor's head. Now anticipating a player outside of Mount East spot, and it goes in for the
Really well done, but there's no time.
Too far out for Jit Boys to adjust onto. He gets the kill.
Doesn't even attempt it. I mean, maybe there was a chance. Just opt against it. Is there anything that I need to do for myself? I don't think so. Nova versus Trace. What can we expect? Who's Nova's high? Well, for some reason, Team A. But I don't know if that means the same as it would do in an FPX versus Wolves. FPX versus Wolves, like this. So I guess we can look at this, but so little to go off of. Seen neither team play for however long. For Nova, if they actually get choice, I would be surprised if they didn't pick Team B. Most teams do. Trace first ban, would they continue banning Icebox? Let's just assume that they would. Nova first ban, they were banning out Breeze. Let's just keep assuming that they would. Trace, Lotus, or Sunset? Probably Lotus. Is that something that we've seen Nova play before? Yeah, they got destroyed on it twice. Different team though. And then, would you go split against Trace, or would you go Sunset? I think you'd go split. Did you catch any of the JDG versus EDG match? Not really, no. I wanted to save it to rewatch it on stream. Yours is much more organized than mine. Yeah, it's been years in the making. Most of this stuff is like what I learned to do a couple of weeks before we started kickoff. Because I have all of the data. Like, this is all stuff that people like Leica, who used to be the analyst for Ascend and stuff way back when. Like, this is all them. But all of the stuff with vetoes and stuff, even though this is super messy, ignore this. All of this stuff is me. And I was like, I've got all of this cool stuff, but I have no way to like put it all together. So I made this. Trace for second ban. Well, you can't take out Icebox. You can maybe take out Ascent. And then Nova take out Bind. So that'd leave you Sunset, which I think is like Lotus Split and Sunset is the three maps I'd say would be the most likely. And this is also kind of broken, but I know why that's broken now. Excel spreadsheet, a program that keeps world logistics together. I mean, I think if I didn't do... I don't know what I'd really go into, but I'd love to work with like spreadsheets and data and being able to manage it. But I don't know what you studied to do that, right? I mean, there's like two things that I would do if I had to go get like a more stable normal job. One of the main ones I'm thinking of doing is like getting like not a degree but a certificate in accounting, because I like doing my own accounts. And I guess it's like easy because it's not easy in the sense of like it's straightforward, but I like it because it's easy and like what you need to do is fairly simple. Like what's required of you isn't hard. What is required is just a lot of work. And if you don't mind faffing around with stuff for a while, that's sort of what I do. Yeah, like sort of data analysis and stuff is like good. I think with might be a good thing for me to do like alongside the streams and then casting Polaris, because I don't think I'm gonna get any opportunities at EMEA anymore. So, and I don't necessarily feel that good about just like jumping in with streaming or content creation to just try and like make that work. That feels like a bit risky.
是的，而且后续的这个细则也是非常的多，包括我们现在来看到地图，就是他们的一个净胜地图数获胜比，那2-1就是2胜1负的地图数，那后面就是净胜的一个。
Don't look down on myself. It's not looking down on myself. I think it's just been being a bit more like pragmatic. Essentially going like, you know, this is the reality of the situation I'm in. And also with growing stuff like this, it just takes time, which I think is fine. Like I'm not against that necessarily. Like I'm not against that at all. It's just part of the job. But I don't want to spend a lot of time trying to grow it, have it not really come to fruition, and then be in a worse position in the future. So I think that's something I'm gonna like think about after next week. And also it's like, you know, it's not like I'm going, no, I need to go and do stuff that I don't like. It's more, I'm interested, like the things about esports and all that I am really like interested in. There are some lateral stuff that goes into like jobs that I think I would be interested in learning about too. And so if there's like an online course university thing, sorry, I forgot for a second that I thought that these were like things around like Guan saying that he was going to play Deadlock, for example, but these are like fan comments. But these are almost like just aliases and stuff. Yeah, I think a lot of it is also just my own fault. Either just being too complacent when I shouldn't have been, or just yeah, like maybe put my eggs in the wrong basket necessarily. I'm not looking down on myself. There's stuff I still want to do. I mean, I'm doing it right now. And I think the way that I like to think about it is whether there's like 1,000 people or 10 people here watching China. Like, I still want to watch China. I think the thing that was more stressing me out yesterday was doing the casting afterwards, and the fact that like I'd miss, you know, the biggest game of the week because I'm casting. Like I feel that when you do these kind of watch parties and you kind of say, hey, I'm like focusing on this region, it's frustrating, I guess, because you like the thing about like streaming these kind of things is just you have to be consistent because you have to be reliable. Like people watch Sliggy a lot, like consistently across all of the different regions. People watch Sliggy because they know that Sliggy's going to be watching all of it as much as it possibly can. And if Sliggy just randomly misses days for whatever reason, whether it's communicated well or not, people are going to stop watching him in favor of other people that are still being consistent, right? I mean, that's why people like some finesse of good viewership, not only because they're pro players, but because they stream every single day anyway. It's not like you have to keep a track of the schedule to know when your favorite streamer is going live. Which is what makes Sideshow's like success with his streams really impressive. That he could do it like intermittently and he still gets like a massive audience watching it. Streaming is definitely harder to maintain an audience, yeah. But I think the other thing about it is like, with YouTube it's weird because I feel with like having the Hitscan channel, I don't want to have to keep jerking that around to changing it from like Overwatch content to Valorant esports content to be more like personality focused around me. And I think as well, because I have that channel and I want to use it, I get very funny about putting videos on there unless I think that they're like good. At that point it's more of a brand. Yeah, exactly. So like if I'm building myself up to be like the guy that watches all of China, like to be when something's happening with China, like I'm the person to watch. If I'm not there on the biggest game of the week, and let's say, arguably, like somebody like Yinsu is, because Yinsu was streaming yesterday, like people are just gonna go watch Yinsu because they, like, she doesn't have to be like, I'm gonna watch every China game, but she's just more reliable. So it's not necessarily that I'm like upset because I'd rather watch the China games than like cast Polaris. So I need to do like Polaris like effectively for the like money, and I also enjoy doing it, and I enjoy like casting with Pavlos. Like Mist has been an amazing TO this year to work with for Polaris, but I feel like for me to make as good of a go of this as I can, like I can't be missing games like that. And luckily, I don't think it happens often. It happens next Sunday, the Saturday afterwards, and then the Sunday after that. That's still like out of how many games? Three there, 3, 6, 9. Wait. 3, 6, 9, 12, 16. Of 16 days, I missed 4. That's right. It's not like I missed, well, I missed the end of 4, and after today it'll only be 2. Hello, Dexter. I'd love to go stream China games, but limited situation doesn't make streaming at this time work. Yeah, that's also been another thing too, of like, because we have a 1-bedroom flat, and like my kitchen is basically just over there, like the fridge and stuff, and like I'm in the living room, so I'm very conscious of not taking up too much space, so like Beth just gets stuck in the bedroom essentially. So that's why I like doing China and Pacific during a week, because Beth will be at work, so I don't need to worry about being in anybody's way. And usually by the time that the games are done for Pacific and or China, it's before Beth finishes. So I've done streaming, she's finished work, doesn't impact her. But it's the school holidays at the moment, so she's off. I guess in a more proactive approach, you can ask Riot if they're doing an English stream for China. I imagine they would do in the future, and that's also part of the reason why I'm like it's. I had one of my friends be like, mention that to me, and it kind of annoyed me in a weird way, because it's like, they were like, oh, you must be excited that China's back, like it really seems that you're gunning for that, like are you hoping to like be a part of the broadcast in the future? And it almost feels a bit like I'm only doing this because I'm trying to get something out of it at the end, which is like isn't true. Like I didn't. It'd be cool to work the broadcast, but for me it's like it's nice to be able to focus on the game that I know a lot about in a region that's very new and players that we don't know much about. Like, I think me watching EMEA now is a little bit like stale for me, because I kind of know the scene that, like, I'm not really learning anything about like the narrative or storylines at this point. Like, I know the history of like most of the players that have been on, Team Liquid are playing Koi. I know where most players came from and they used to play there, and any other highlights of their career. And but I do like for China that there's just a full breadth of like new players to learn about, and then to like teach other people about who certain players on a roster are, what's important to know. Like, that side of the game is like very interesting to me. It's a lot of time inside. Yeah, I mean, the other good thing as well is because China starts at 10 a.m. my time. Like, usually when Beth goes to the bus stop for work, I'll just go for like a walk around there where I live, and that'll be like an hour. So usually that up, getting the bus around 8, so from like 8 to 9 I'm usually doing some exercise. So it used to be that I was able to like do the walk, and then when China started at 9, like I could just kind of jump straight on. If you're doing something you're interested in, have a passion in, and something comes out of it, that's a bonus. Yeah. It's 3 a.m. for me. That's, yeah, it's annoying that the clocks have gone back in the UK and across Europe. Sorry, they've gone forward. Because I don't think China does any form of like daylight savings. Because they have one time zone, which should probably be 4 time zones. I wanted to get the extension actually. That's a good reminder. I think it was Bren. It was either Bren or Tubbo that I was watching that had the extension for localization, like where people were from. I thought that was really cool, because I think that I have a really weird mix of people. I mean, the majority of viewers for most streamers, like the watch party streamers, are American. I'm trying to find what geography. I'm gonna run ads now to be annoying, sorry, because I always forget to do it at the start of the stream. It's a cool extension. I think it was Tubbo. Let me go see if I can find what it's called. They're still doing a massive stream along. Yeah, viewer geolocation, what it's called. So if I add this, activate, set as panel 2. I also need to sort out like my information at the bottom. Okay, we got this. I also need to remember that I'm recording VODs for Sliggy, so don't let me forget that. Right, Feng, sort of the main duelist of this team. Kai is the other duelist, but I think from kickoff we've seen Feng play more of the duelist and Kai be more in the Sentinel full time. But it depends, like, if it's a Jet, it's Kai. If it's a Raze, it's Feng. But I hope that they change that in the future. Hebei, best IGL in China, in my opinion. Like, good ideas, good mid-rounding, really nice setups, and also he's mechanically very strong as well. He's not your typical IGL that just can't aim for shit. Like, this guy's good. Why are you? He was the Sentinel player for Trace for the longest time, but now he's more of that like kind of nobody role for EDG, where he's the main initiator. Low King's the newest signing. They traded him out for Flexin, who we saw on day 1 on Friday. And really curious to see why they signed him in the first place, I think. I wonder if Low King will second IGL since it brought him in. Did he second IGL for Tyloo? It sounded... The reason that they gave was, like, that he was more flexible on controllers. Like, maybe he was more capable of playing the Viper as a main controller. But I really don't know. It's a really odd one. But that's why I'm excited to see this series, to see like why have they picked up Low King. That's the main question I want to answer, because we don't have that context. All right, Guan, I think doesn't need that much introduction. Was unbelievable for Nova in kickoff, despite Nova looking pretty subpar overall. CB, probably one of the weaker players, like was like decent, I think, consistently throughout all of kickoff. Like he was never a problem, but he was never like amazing. Olingo, IGL, funniest name in all of Valorant. Had some good calling, but I want to see him, especially now that they brought in Swirl, I want to see him less on Duelist as an IGL. I can't stand watching Duelist IGLs. Obi-Wan, again, a hilarious name in China. And a really good controller player. Like, I think that this is somebody that, like, if they ever left Nova, I could see top teams picking him up. Because he got good utility. Yeah, so Swirl's coming in for Panghang. And I think so Swirl's going to be, like, main like duelist, means that Guan, so Swirl is like going to be the main duelist, which was Guan before, so Guan is likely to be back on Sentinel. Obi is controller, CB probably main initiator, and then so that would leave Olingo as like flex. I think one thing I want to see from Nova is just that the roles are just more sensible. I don't want to see Olingo going from playing like a flex role to a duelist, depending on the map. Is Swirl from China? Yeah, he played at Royal Never Give Up with Guan. He was on is it Papa Smurf's team? And yeah, Swirl was also part of Bonk, wasn't he? Was it Bonk and Minimized that were from Bonk and then went to RNG? Yeah, no, Bonkers, yeah. Anywho, everything all set up. I think the extension's set up now. So let me just go to my channel. Yeah, viewer location in the bottom now. So you guys can like go and like activate it, I suppose, and it'll tell you where everybody's from. Trace, I haven't set this up either, which I'll do in the break. Trace banning Icebox, that was the same. Nova used to ban Breeze, that's the same. So Trace, at this rate, I think Pick and Lotus is good. We've seen Nova play it a lot. It's a map that you're comfortable with. Doesn't matter if you show an awful lot because it's the same meta. So Nova here, you could pick Sunset, you could pick Split, both of which are maps that haven't necessarily gone well for Nova. I think Split's the better choice. But they're actually going to go for Ascent, which, interesting. Like, I think when you have a new team playing on Ascent, it's probably not a bad shout, especially if you could, like, just diff them mechanically. Trace, what would they ban out here? Bind? Yeah, I think that's what I had. So it's like Sunset or Split. Both of these are, like, good options for Nova, but I imagine that they'd take out Sunset. They take out Split, so I'm wrong on that too. I just thought that like Sunset is like a map that Trace have looked fairly decent on, and I think if I'm playing with a new teammate, I think playing Split it'd be easier than playing Sunset, personally. But I guess if you're just swapping a Duelist and a Sentinel, for both maps, playing Cypher it doesn't change too much. You're playing Duelist, you're playing Raze, so you're going to be comfortable. Split might be a bit more focused, like if you're trying to play what Sentinels play, you're going from there. Yeah, both running the same comps. Guan is actually on Sentinel, Swirl is on Duelist. Yeah, this is better. If there's like this more consistently from Nova, I think that they can like build themselves up to be like a fairly decent team. I like Breeze as a map, very unique in ways to tackle the map. I like it when we see more variation of the meta. That's my take on it. Same with like Icebox to an extent, but I like Icebox more than Breeze because I think Icebox, you have to be able to like play the map well. it's very it's why I don't hate watching like Mirage or Inferno when the CS events on, because we see them a lot, we know how they play, but that's also part of the style, I suppose.
是，刚刚那位兄弟拿的是我们同事 NOC 的表情包，也是非常的形象。
I think Breeze for Halls close give a lot of interest. Yeah, I agree. I think the old change that they had for Breeze Halls made them very interesting. I think what they should do is for Halls, have it so it's like boarded up like it used to be, but that it's breakable. So if you actually want to push through Halls, you have to make like almost like the wallbang doors on like Ascent and stuff, like when they're closed and switched, like a wooden door. I think Hall's being open all the time just makes the map more like bland, but I might be alone in thinking that. Alright, we're good now. Trace versus Nova. Trace, they were 1 win away from making Madrid, lost to Edward Gaming. Nova, quite a far way away. Rematch as well from kickoff, where Trace absolutely annihilated Nova. They made a roster move. Guan has gone from the Duelist to the Sentinel, and they brought in Swirl in place of Panghang. So, good move. 2 RNG players, nice to see them. And also Trace, Loking. Traded out 1-for-1 for flexing. Could be the piece that this team needs, because I've got them going for Shanghai, baby. I think them not making top 3 is a huge loss. And I think it's all just based on mental. So if they start having Nova like come back in a series like this, make it scary and Trace flounder, not a great sign. Also, it's all about getting the points now in the regular season too. Kickoff means nothing. And everything was just set up. Kai just annihilating people, snakebite nano swarm combo. Obviously, the big risk and problem when you run in like no flashes. Who do you think's good to Shanghai? EDG, FPX, Trace? I'd say that they're the likely 3. Do I think that it's going to be that straightforward? Probably not. But I don't know who we miss. Like, there is a genuine chance that we could miss EDG. If Engling. I think legit the only thing that would stop me from cheering for like Wolves to make Shanghai is their strength of schedule is crazy. They have Tech that they lost to, kind of narrowly, and then they have FPX today. Like, 2 games in the first week is already kind of shit when you're a new team. When it's those 2 teams that are going to be fighting for a playoff spot against you, where head-to-heads matter, yeah, good luck. Maybe JDG can make it. I didn't catch the VOD yesterday. Why is that not? I didn't catch the VOD yesterday because I was casting. I wanted to watch the VOD on stream. Yeah, the world schedule is definitely ref. I agree with TMV on that one. What about RB's team? Yeah, that for me is one of the teams that would like push for playoffs. But there's so many teams that have like a huge plethora of stuff to build off of. And I hope the Trace is one of them. It was a good pistol, like good setup. Calm, collected. Keep reminding me to hyper-focus on Loking though. Because, you know, even in the stuff that we've had translated, like press conferences and stuff for Trace and why they picked up Loking, the answers are very, like, political. They're very safe. Just, oh, he just adds more flexibility. Another Lotus map. Yeah, but I'm still curious on this one because it's like these are 2 teams that like Trace. I want to see really how good they are. Nova, they made good roster changes that I like. Like, let's see how they play Lotus. I'd be more upset if I saw Nova playing what they did before, where they had no Viper, double initiator with a breach, and it just looked ass. Like if they came in with that, I'd be like, oh. But now that Nova are actually doing very like meta set things, if China actually gets their fucking heads together and they could like see and understand what the meta is, there's a good chance.
有爪虽然有所限制，但是峰峰
Nice cleanup. Don't lose anybody. Good retake.
这个经济优势局。
I've just watched Bleed vs Talon a lot. Yeah, but that is going to be a bit of like
这一分真的就完
shithousery, right?
枪法在解决问题，并且他甲都没掉，就一把鬼魅。
是的。 我们通常在说这种局面上，可能对于进攻方来讲，安装爆能器就算赢，毕竟有了1500的团队经济。但是 TE 这边比较舒服的，
Lexin wanted to move to Talon. Trace can save money.
都相对来说比较少。下一回合不用买甲了，最低一
I
个。
feel like money. Well, I don't think money's much of an issue for any China org, even if they're like crazy in debt. Nova can win Clown Face. I don't know if they can win. That's not necessarily what I said, Rag, but I just want Nova to like look better. Same with like Tyler, right? They picked up a really good map, but lost to Billy Billy. But it's like, okay, every team is improving so quickly, it's crazy. I don't want Nova to be left behind when you've got Tyler looking better, but still the worst team. All gamers picking up a series against DRG, right?
辛辛苦苦存的重甲，防的是对方的蟒侠。 没想到来
The full buys here. Good bonus. Well, not really a bonus when you have this in. The bonus off. Has Billy played yet? Yeah, they played in the first series. They won 2-1 against Tylo, but they got destroyed in the first map of Bind. It's like 13-5. You can catch all of the VODs and stuff on Sliggy's like VOD YouTube channel.
是靠2个人用暗兽来看，
But not that game because I didn't record them, because Sliggy has his POV for that game. A little bit odd, I suppose, to have the Fade being the one to like jump check this when everybody else is going to see. This is going to feel like the same again, isn't it? I mean, they dealt with it well here, Nova. They know that if they make any sound, that's going to like activate all this utility. So full contact walking out is the better play. Still though, even if we see Nova win out this round with all 3 of these players alive, this is like decent damage for Trace. If they could get like one more and save the operator, I think Trace are going to be like, whatever, we're happy. Flexen also said he wanted to play Vice King again. I guess I'm just thinking of like, is Low King like a prodigal talent? You know how like people are talking about Tomasi before he signed for KC? Like whoever, or Martin, I think is the better example. You got people like Vanity saying, if whoever signs Martin is going to win champions. I wonder if that's sort of the same with Low King. I wonder if people are saying like, whatever team Low King's on is going to like do really well. It's just that kind of like discourse that I guess we miss because we're not Mandarin speakers. But like the problem I have with like learning Mandarin is like it's such a crazy big task, but also I feel for interviews and for the casting analyst desk, for what I've had like translated, it's very like general. Like the questions are, you know, how are you feeling today? Feeling very good, thank you. I feel we are ready and we're willing to do our best. You have the press conference stuff where it's like, we got this player because they're much more flexible. Then he's like 2000 class to be fluent. Yeah, I think I don't need to be fluent. I don't even think like Sue was saying that she wasn't necessarily that fluent. But I think that she's just been humble. Interviews feel like football player interviews today. Yeah, that's a really good like comparison. You know, at the end of the day, it's a game of 2 halves. That kind of shit, right? I mean, the only person that you're going to get spicier answers out as somebody like Kung Kung. But it almost feels like he's just been an anime character with like how he says stuff. If we don't win China, nobody wins China. Shit like that. The Horn's not got anything, so this position late for Guan is a nice one. Good trade though from Kai. 2 versus 3. Both the players are stacked up, so this smoke is everything. He's TP'd out just as Heibei's gone here. This is a really nice reclip from Trace. Snake bite to stop the spam. Olingo can only push out so much more. Yeah, this is Lotus. This is Ascent. And this is Sunset.
I
don't know if Lexi's around today. Is there a Guan clip? Yeah, not yet. So far, it's been fairly tame from Trace, but we're only 4 rounds into it. And as, like, I know that I'm feeling like back to normal. Because the first map is just me talking about various topics and not watching the game. All small maps. Yeah, all A maps too. I think it was a major mistake for Riot to have Icebox and Breeze in the map pool. I think either the map pool needs to be changed more frequently or less frequently, and I can't decide between the two. One thing I don't like is that at the start of the season, your map feed, like the map pool that we have now, will be different for champions. It just will be. And I don't like that you could have like the main part of a year. Like let's say we have the same map pool until like after Shanghai, and then we have a new map pool that's for like stage 2/champs. That's gonna feel really weird. If you changed up one map, maybe that's fine. But if they're adding in more maps, then you end up changing more maps out. They did change map pool mid-season last year, yeah, and it just felt like odd. But honestly, I don't think you can keep this map pool the same. I think in the future, if we do have it so we have like stage 1, Masters 1, stage 2, Masters 2, and like a stage 3 champs, I'd be happy to see map pool 1, map pool 2, map pool 3. Because each of these are going to be like a couple of months. It's almost like you change it every act, but that might be a bit too often for ranked and stuff. Big gold map should be in ranked queue. I don't like that. I do feel like the map pool needs to be the same for competitive and pro play. There's nothing worse than watching a map in pro play that isn't in the game at all. Like when I'm watching qualifiers for game changes where teams have to play like Haven and stuff when Haven was taken out, or Ascension, it's a bit like... The problem with a Premier system is just you might have teams try to one-trick their way onto maps. But I think the way that Premier works in CS now is a lot better for that. Alright, so Viper's Pit's gone down, 3 versus 2. You have a lockdown, and it's used behind them too. So it's going to push these players out. They're trying to wallbang it, and Kai's just going to go for this player. Good fight to win against Olingo, who's just straight up panicking. These players have to back out. Good position for Swirl to be in. The plant is really good for them too, for like backside. So this is like a good read from Nova that, okay, we're going to plant it right out in the open. Just in case of where they lock down, we still have access to the spike. If we have to play up here, if we have to play down here, if we have to play back here, we can still see the spike. The only issue is if we go off here, but we're not going to do that because of the Viper's Pit. Alright, seeing some fight back from Nova. Some of these attacking rounds have been good. That definitely felt a little bit more like an improvisation. Like Olingo being stuck here and the other two pushing this. Swell is a new signing. He was a free agent, but he was on Royal Never Give Up. So we haven't seen him play since Evo Stage 3. Royal Never Give Up should have played in Ascension, but they just dropped their roster. They didn't make partnerships, so they're like, alright, we're out. Which I don't like. Sounded pretty complicated, and I mean, I think RNG have a reputation and a history of being kind of a crappy organization. From what I've heard, like allegedly, I don't know much. RNG have been known to have sus finances. Yeah, that's kind of what, like, it's effectively, people have compared them to like EG, what they did like last year. Like manager putting on Weibo that they like waiting for payments for RNG despite working there for however long. Step by's good onto Obi. Is there actually going to be any follow-up on it? No. Holding out, holding, nice kill. These are really good like post-point positions as well. Like Guan, like playing here when they go A, having CB watch across. Loking is very aware of it. And so like at this point, 3 versus 5, saving's good here for Trace. I said Feng Feng, saving here is good for Trace. Like, getting the kills and doing the damage here just isn't that valuable. Like, what, are you going to build up to a From the Shadows, which you already have? I mean, they kill everybody, but maybe that's Nova not approaching it very well, and Nova being like, we have the money. We don't care. If I'm Trace, if I'm Destroy, I'm calling the timeout. Is Nova a middle pack team now? It's hard to know because all gamers won a series, so they look good. Tyloo took a map off of Billy and like looked decent across the rest of the series. So I don't think Nova's a middle of the pack team now. I still think that they're sort of like the bottom quarter, but the bottom quarter look much more improved than they have done previously. Which, yeah, is like amazing. Yeah, the teams have got so much better. It's really nice to see. And it's exactly what I wanted. Essentially, that's what I wanted to see from like these teams as well. Like, if it wasn't EDG that wasn't going to improve on some of their general basics, I wanted it to be like other teams sort of take that opportunity themselves.
但现在目前两边都没有什么太好的终极技能，并且这一分 T 本来就是一个经济的劣势局面，他们还作为防守方偏向于被动，要不要考虑把这个被动化为主动，主动出击？
就像之前有一把纯洁分一样。
Yeah, DIG looked a little bit stale yesterday, I agree. But I'm not necessarily being that high on them. I'm not being like they're the worst team in the region or they're like at the bottom. I'm just like, they're not gonna make playoffs. Alright, so timeout for Trace on a bit of an awkward buy here. They could have had a full buy if they'd saved like one more of the guns. Guan gets 2, has a lockdown. Lurked up very quickly into this spot. I think this is a little bit greedy. It's not that you've given him a gun either, because Low King Kai, they were the ones that saved guns last time. So this is like doable if it wasn't for Low King peeking alone there. Very impressive from Nova so far. Like Trace looking a little bit out of sorts. Then again, attacking on Lotus is the easier, more straightforward side, especially when you have like a fresh new team. Or at least like roster moves. Like this, even if it doesn't go well, you have time to like warm up and get used to the official. On defense, you're having to think a lot and change up a lot. So I think the Trace, even 3 rounds might be enough if they can get their attacking side going. But 5 rounds for Nova, Despite losing the pistol out of what, 9 rounds is good. Shanghai will only help the Chinese teams. International teams coming all over the world will be scrimming all the China teams, and I bet they'll help them tremendously. But the EDG could be easily dethroned this act. Yeah, I think that's... I'd say that's quite likely. The only thing that makes me feel like I can't double down on it is just... There's too many teams that just panic against EDG in bigger series. Like, EDG could lose in groups. They almost lost yesterday. But if it's like JDG versus EDG for a qualifying game at Shanghai, I know who I've got like my money on, right? Like, one team really rises to the occasion, the other one starts panicking because it's EDG. Fnatic were really good for that last year too. Like, some teams played against Fnatic so differently because it was Fnatic. Who does well plays Panghang? Who I think, yeah, should have probably have gone. Because Panghang was like playing Raze and then Killjoy on some maps, and it's just like, I hate it. Is championship points only for champs? Yeah. For Shanghai, it's like qualifying for playoffs, making top 3 each region. No real ultimates to work with yet. YOU is going for this. Somehow manages to get both of them. Don't stayed, got hit by the state bite, so got taken out. There's a Nightfall, 35 seconds. Lockdown for Guan, Obi-Wan, neither of which are on site. There's one snake bite for Heibei as well, so the fact that time's been cut here, they think that they're cutting noise to maybe bait that they've rotated away, but you've got an alarm bot here, you've got the Omen flanking all the way around, they know exactly where these attackers are. Nova think they're maybe being a little bit coy and a bit careful, but it's not really that vague. Nightfall doesn't hit Guan, but the Paranoia does. Really nice utility from Trace. I'm not really sure how I feel about that, though, where you've got just YOU and Feng just pushing up and holding this line. Nice shots, though, from YOU. It's just a little bit... It could have gone very easily wrong.
他们是喜欢前期后能量球之后，在50秒左右的时候转点 ，T 就是在50秒的时候让 Loki 慢慢的往前压，排空了 C 区，也确定了你打 A 点，给到了峰峰跟 YOU 接人的机会。
Champs is not guaranteed for each region, so it's the top 4 teams from each region that go. It's 16 teams, 4 from each region. There's no whoever wins Shanghai gets another spot for their league. So if, like, let's say Sentinels win Shanghai, it's not like we get another Americas team, which I'm really happy for. Because it's not really a reward, is it, for the team that wins the event? It's more a reward for the average teams in that league.
时间提前了，能把这一回合 C 点是直接往后退，然后再来 A 点。
I think it also just makes LCQ just a worse event as well, when it's top 2 teams qualifying. So Wolves are going to champs. Very strong chance if they can get everything going. I think a win against FPX is like doable for sure. We could get 20 teams for champs. I'd hope so, yeah. And then like the top teams from each of the regions get like a bye. 16 team Swiss stage. Top 4, well, top team from Americas, China, Pacific, EMEA all get a pass through past the Swiss stage. Just overused on either side, both of them not being able to be fighted out at all. Good retake, good fight. Don't know why we went off the players there, observers. Kind of like a CS major a bit with Legends, and also Worlds. I think Worlds has a lot of like play-ins, playoffs, play-outs, playoffs. Play in, play out, play off, play on.
也知道峰峰可能会快回，所以假下了一个爆能器，但是在最终的收益上面，还是峰峰这边带领团队返场成功。
因为这一分本来就其实对于目前 Nova 来讲的话，他们打的算是比较顺利的，因为听到对方离魂的声音了，就知道你整个 C 点可能是放空的。
对，而且小开的这一个 GS Well 也是非常关键。
Almost respect that Trace just weren't playing retake, they were just going to try and waterfall in as the spike was planted. Everything worked out nicely. And a good comeback actually from Trace too. Like what, 5-3 up? 5-2? Equal on score now. What's the difference between a play-in and a playoff? Good question. I don't know the specific answer, but I think it's generally along the lines of like your play-in goes into playoffs.
没错。
然后峰峰他其实甚至于都没有在你去安装爆能器，他都已经扛着玩。
Feels like a play-in is basically something that goes into playoffs. It isn't a group stage or a Swiss stage. Like it's a particular format. Like play-ins is just like a round robin of all of the teams in that space to play up against each other. That'd be my guess, but I don't know if that's accurate or not.
就可以转到 A 点里面，但是现在对方这个单向烟让他没有办法轻易的越过去，你必须把暗眼和暗兽交在了前点位，这是他们不想接受的。是的，
但我们可以看一下这一分小开距离自己的终极技能就差一个能量球，可以依靠全面封锁去打回防，但是看他怎么样去获取这个能量球了。AY。
4 people here already from Trace to fight this. Just knowing to like find for A main how important it is. I think this is like could be a potential good map for Nova in the future though, because if it's just aim duels and just fighting together like this, like really good trades, really good fights from Olingo. I mean that's the one thing that Nova has over some of the other like mid to bottom teams in the region. Everybody's aim is crazy, but Nova's aim in particular is like some of the best. Yeah, play. That's a good way of putting it too. How is this a 1 versus 1? Because both teams fought for A main aggressively. Does this Olingo have to move too much? Where's he planted for? We can't see because they've gone for this head-to-head. I think it's like for here. So if he goes drop, I think like it should be expected that he would be here. Yeah, it's planted out in the open. You'd be like, can I get half? Oh no, he didn't get half. He still has time. Almost kill him too, 16 HP. Very close. Yeah, I think one of the things that observing in China is just too chaotic. But these like 2 kills from Olingo were massive. And that was Trace getting information off their horn and Nova's not hitting anything.
帮助 T 再拿1分，连追3分了。上半场直接把比分反超，来到了最后一个回合。
This hasn't really been pushed at all, I don't think, from Nova either. So this alarm bot just has got so much value. Nanoswarm done that much damage. He got an assist for Hebe. Very clean. Velda, like, this was the only thing that was working for Nova, really. A lot of the C executes got shut down. A lot of the, well, didn't see many B executes over than that round.
上半场一共打过2次比较快速的进攻，一个是手枪局，一个就是最后这1分。但是4层相识的都是蝰蛇加奇乐。
Overwatch observing. Yeah, I mean, that's where I got my casting legs. Doing Chinese Overwatch. Yeah, Chinese Valorant is observing is just too fast.
对于 Nova 来说，其实上半场前期的运营是非常不错的，但是后半程 T 的连续
Because there's a lot of like I come from Overwatch where the pace of the game is incredibly fast, very little breaks. These is I hope we see these at like Shanghai. I hope other like international events take this kind of idea. Because there's so many good sprays in game.
最佳模仿奖，还有现场比较害羞的观众。
It's already half time. It's a very quick map.
下半场首伤局了，而且我们要知道下半场本来就已经是作为 Nova 他们目前可能胜率比较偏低的一方。 因为他们
To be fair, it's been 35 minutes since we started, I think, so it's felt quite long. I think maybe this map started late.
这边黑贝作为 T 的指挥，我觉得后面几分战术上的阅读是非常重要的。一个就是让 Lokin 去死守了一个土坡的位置，没有让 Nova 完成他们第一步的计划，剩下的就是其实他的2次毒点都有所收获，就是在存前分的时候守住了 AB 连接。
是的。下半场的首枪局决定了最终的一个走向。T 作为进攻方，他们对于这张地图的控制权其实跟
Kai's doing well.
会很相似，不过唯一不同的就是他们在
Loking so far so good. Same with like Swell really.
控了过后，他第2时间一定会
Both are doing fine.
转移。但
This is a bit sad.
展现出来的就是要去
This is a bit sad.
让对方误以为我转了。
This feels a bit expected.
手枪局好像也
Like Golingo and Swell, like these three are just as aimers.
的技能组在看
I'm excited
包
for.
括能看一下小光的这个少接炮台的位置是非常深啊，放在了瀑布的尽头。
Yeah, if Nova are smart, they'll fight for this as much as they possibly can. If Trace is smart, they're gonna go elsewhere.
小开始叫上了峰峰，想要往 B 点做点。
Literally, the play here is to just like a crossfire for Nova.
左右两边都有人，但第一时间用一针一针的身位去蹭，虽然蹭到了。
That's Kai going first too. Like Feng
又被抽了
didn't go with them. I guess they just wanted to show some pressure from the Killjoy.
A 大前顶就是想要来抓你，而且
And then a Viper wall to go for like a retake across here.
这个赵云来确定你人到哪边，已经到了瀑布这边。
I mean, that's a good setup. If you have people from Nova fighting this each time, like just basically nullifying the use for this wall, like this C wall for a retake could actually like have a lot. But I do like the trace of like, okay, this wall's gonna try and like screw us. They're actually gonna go for the door as well to try and crunch. So we're just gonna take backside. I like the wall, but I don't like this as much. Not with 3 players who have died here, whatever it was.
还有一个黑杖，想要拼一手拆包。
Not on it, so they can just play the time a bit more. Low King is 15 HP, so he's got enough time. Good adjustment. I like the idea from Nova. I just don't think that they play around that utility that way.
对于 Nova 来说，他们首相局其实布了一个局。
Why are teams from China having their own bundle? Because they're not ready yet.
把防守当进攻打。
We found out our like China partnership team / Ascension teams later than others.
得分的权利。
So
所以
we're just a bit behind.
我觉得这个爆能器的位置啊
Stuff was data mined for them in the like next TTB patch. But I don't know if that means we're gonna get them like next week. I think what's more likely is that we get them in a couple of weeks.
现在长枪局的一个情况之下，我们可以看一下 T 他所有的枪械都是为了在对方长枪局也去拿。
That's Trace picking up both pistols
5
too.
人都起到了枪械啊，只有一把汉林作为是队内为数不多的小冲锋枪。 想要5个人抱团去创造一下。
Yeah, but the rumor is based on the fact that it's data mined in the patch. But there's been plenty of stuff that's been data mined in a patch and not come out till a little while later. Especially for skins. Very clean. What have they actually bought up here? Just the 1 rifle? The Heibei? Obviously they've got like bulldogs and stuff and specters, so it's a pretty like beefy second round buy after winning pistol.
是顶尖的，他们每一个点位都搜到了，不管是右边 A 点入口的位置，还是
But the fact that they've got a beefier bonus and they've lost nobody thus far and probably not likely to lose anybody.
被一些技能所限制，逼迫了一下自己的走位。
Yeah, so Feng is given permission to go find him because he's run away from a showstopper. Gets a kill, survives. Have the showstopper now too. So, an amazing bonus for Trace to be working with.
是的，而且这最后一个惊喜翻腾其实是一个缩影，看着风
Hey, Gnome
可
Life.
以打一个，但是人的位置他已经了然于心。只要 T
Yeah, CB's been tragic,
他就一定会先
but
交
what else
技
is
能
new?
这是他们纪律性的
It's so mean, but it's.
那现在直接在
I think that
下半
old
场的
team of
第三
like
回合
Nova
由峰峰率先
absolutely
冲了
shouldn't
自己的
have
晚焰火，配上一把害
let
灵
people like
打击
Pang
力的
Hang
爆发
CB stuff just.
要往 B 区去冲吗？因为这样的话确实飞行轨迹对于锋锋
Always a chance that they can like improve and stuff, but like seeing him at tier 1 was
话没说完，这 C 点
not really that great.
锋锋第一时间 OK 哪也飞不了。
Blade versus Talon is a match. Oh, I'm sure.
第一个决斗
One bottom fragging.
对于 T 来说不是一个好消息啊。
对方开门一瞬间
Feels like you just sort of take a lot of his impact away when he's like not on duel
连
list.
接性之强，占据了 C 土波之后，通过这个旋转的石门可以看到 B 点的视线。现在 C 点让 OB1 一个人通过单向烟来手跟上半
But
场
also,
的
you are
罗
playing up against
有点
Trace.
相似的局面，剩下的大部队转移到了 A、B 两个点。Nova 如愿的拿到了率先击败。
You've already lost one. You lost Fung as well at the showstopper.
A 那边也在做动静
Things still just under Spectre, so like money-wise, it's fine for Trace. Rounds-wise, it's fine as well because you still have the lead.
重手的 A 区，而 C 点在等这个单向烟散啊，然后可以先做动静。第二时间。 很有可能要
Don't think winning the bonus was that necessary. It would just be nice.
贴到左边墙壁，他知道对方是在黄干 ，OB1 要被抓 timing 了。
Is he really just not like he's jump peeking at? He just didn't see people here.
他贴左边墙，正好抓到了对方想要来跳看的一个是这个 timing。打成了人数均势，20秒的极限时间，但队友大脚步带着爆能器已经来到了 C 点
I actually can't believe we've seen something like that. Really
这个爆能器，但是这个包怎么手给了一个死点的安全包？
baited himself, yeah.
杀你血量，再给你个右转。
Effectively one-wayed himself.
穿一下。
小开主动要用枪去帮队友去硬顶，但这边的黑贝没有扛住所有的回防。
I mean, hopefully they know not to do it for next time.
知道你大概在水下。
Loki 强吃这个花车巡游，收到了光，我觉得也没什么问题。张方宇在
Nova still might win this, but this is Trace's bonus, remember? Both players are low. The time is not good. Loking's actually done so much here, just getting onto the side. Not expected, bonus one, even without, in a 4 versus 5, and without the showstopper.
Loking 他果然是残局能力非常强的那种控场位。
Kind of have to look at like Obi-Wan, like jump peeking and stuff was funny, but kind of felt like it cost over the round.
是的。
We expecting Nova to do this much this year? Not really. I think it's more with the roster move against Trace. How much can they do? Already seen like all gamers beat DRG, right? So anything can happen.
10比5 ，T 已经把比分带到了2位数，而且下半场的一个
Horn close to see if anybody's like pushed up to here.
这一回合又没有太多钱了，
Or like TP'd across.
还是面临到目前防守方没有得分的一个问题啊。
就是你在防守方，就是为什么说 Nova 他们其实在之前的比赛防守方的胜率，一直比较偏低，就是这个原因。他没有办法去合理的。
Think at this rate, if you trace, you got this Viper wall back on A. It was just a pistol that they did this one, and you also have the Killjoy stuff here too. So I think if you spot this alarm bot, you're like, you have Viper and Killjoy stuff here, and so it's just Omen on C.
也会容易有点分心。刚才 C 点应该就是错
But
了。
now that you know that the Killjoy is going to be over here to an
爆
extent,
团打了一波 B 点。
再来飞剑和蛇纹给一下 BC 连啊，楼近点有人在用枪。
I think going B against the Deco is asking for it. Hebe might. He goes down, but not in the way that I expected him to.
这玩烟火是不分敌我的，不过问题不大。
Just average China things. Oh, did Obi? Is he just no scope Marshall killing these guys? He has a Phantom now. They know exactly where YRU is. Olingo's still not got half. Oh, unlucky. Nice try, 25 HP. Good eco.
成功帮助 T 拿下这关键的1分。
上半场的小开，下半场的 YOU， 这两个1打1，
that was
拉开比分的关键啊。
risky for Trace to even consider planting here when you're up against like lower weapons. Yeah, that's just what the Marshal does. How's Trace locking? Rocky, but it is Lotus. Their attack side has been dominant. They won the half. So a bit sloppy to begin with, but they've like corrected themselves. But I feel like at the moment, now it's more Nova just starting to make more and more individual mistakes. But yeah, quiet from Guan, which is sad.
一直在获取对方有没有 C 点近点的信息。不过这个时候我们可以看到 T1他要第二时间开门，要抓排名吗？暗哨已经是在追击对方 OB1 的站位啊，但是峰峰这个位置没有选择第一时间先露出去，他还是要等。
这一回合其实
You have somebody watching a cross on B, doors being opened. Obi-Wan is so scared he's giving up all of the space.
实际上是去打 A 的。
Just playing retake here. What have you got for retake? Showstopper and from the shadows. But they've been pulled on a C rotation just off the door opening and nothing else. There was no smoke, no steps. No utility that was cleared because all of the killjoy utilities on A. The Prowler in it as well. They're so nervous because of just like this late lurk. But I guess it's also nice that like Nova have like dedicated a lot to try and get OB1 back into a better position. But they're going B again like last minute. Viper's Pit's good. That peak isn't. Like, you have player advantage. There's no need for that. Especially when you got a Viper's Pit, just hold. You're not really going to find much else, are you? You have to find a needle in a haystack, which is the Viper, and she's in a great position. And Kai gets the... Yeah, so 12-5.
地图的每个点位好像都有人，一会儿感觉 B 点有人推车。
Surprised to see China teams win their picked maps. Wasn't that how it's been so far? I think that's it's been less like winning your opponent's map pick. Yesterday JDG was EDG JDG. It was both winning each other's map picks. Was DRG all gamers the same? I know Wolves, Tech, Billy, Tyler was winning their map picks. Today one was a normal one, everything else has been, yeah, opposites.
三杆枪的注意力 T 这边更集中，只剩下索尔一个人在碎石，黑贝拿到了3杀。
So I'd say that's a good sign for teams, like the teams that played yesterday. Good sign for them that they can win on other maps that aren't the ones that they choose. Yeah, I think this is done as well. Guan being 5 and 15 is sad, and it's going to be 5 and 16 to finish on 2.
那么只剩下最后0-0，他没什么太好的一个输出空间，并且面临到他的是1打4，得看对方会不会给机会来跟他进行1v1的对枪。但是刚拉出来3
Yeah, good map from Trace in the end. Took a couple of rounds to get heated up, but after a timeout from Destroyer, it was business as usual. You want to have a look at a fun interaction I had with Sideshow today? Yeah, let me stop recording this Odd Fist League stream and then I'll have a look. I guess this is good. Ultimately, we want this map and series to be kind of done quickly so we can see FPX and Wolves. So I feel like I'm just missing out on those ones too. Yeah, give me a second. Oh, it might just take a while.
是的，这个就是为什么我们会拿数据说话。不过确实今天 Nova 又是把之前的一个数据打了出来啊。上半场
This isn't going to show up on the main screen, is it? No, good. So we have Trace versus Nova, map 1 Lotus.
通过离魂和玩焰火近点帮助自己得分，但是在后续 T 3-5之后就有点觉醒了，通过的是 Locking 控制住 C 场的土坡，让 Nova 被迫转移。这一回合也是 Swell 今天也是非常可惜，就是他有2次
I should probably put these on my own channel as well.
摁出来全部被截掉了。
对。
Right, let's watch this this clip, and then I'll run some ads and just quickly get back to eat. Oh, I think I saw this morning.
Are you watch partying Pacific, Tom? My name isn't Tom. I am not Tom Biz. I also, you're a regular in my chat. I recognize your fucking name. Don't call me Tom. Oh, you meant tomorrow.
Wow, you seem like a real prick now.
Yeah, I do. Wow,
He was so offended. He was so offended of being called Tom. He just went in.
By calling me like
I
the
won't
other
shout at
bald
you if
guy.
you call me Tom.
You can go to mid door, split
No.
To be fair, saying Tom meaning tomorrow is a little bit vague. I probably would have made the same mistake. RyanCentral. Yeah, they're watching Pacific at the moment. Speaking of which, how's it going? Because I could always put that on whilst we're waiting for this map to come back on.
Does find his own as well.
Because what we could do
In for this, it's gonna be a 3-on-3.
is picture-in-picture, which I should have done for the other ones too. I keep forgetting.
Still kind of considering if there might be a double back into A.
There you
so
go.
Governor stays tucked away.
So you can see they were like on the BR back screen.
Good high tide,
Where do I
though.
put it? Where's a
Close
good
up
place
so
to
much,
put
they try to
this?
keep together as a squad. But look at how Ben and Jitboys just have the
Right there.
angles covered. Perfect off.
Hazelwick.
Perfect one up front.
So Bleed won the first map of Lotus, and now Talon are just destroying on defense.
You can see that there's a little bit of confusion. It's kind of a timing push through that high tide for Bleed. They're calling it down. 1, 2, 3, go. But it's just a little bit off kilter. And Ye also
How bad
comes
has this
out a
been?
little
Ye's
bit late
15 and 17,
himself.
living the jeweler's life. We love to see it.
They're not really able to kind of mentally realize that somebody had tucked themselves into that cubby either. And it's
GG go
again,
next.
it's things like
Yeah,
that
just
that
might be.
doesn't seem to really have
They're running
Coordination,
Gecko
yeah.
Breach
coordination and also,
with
like,
no
mental
Viper.
awareness. You know what I mean? Like, those are things that
Ugh, man.
and you can see this is still a little bit of a work in progress for Bleed.
So
Don't get
because
me
it is
wrong.
that
I
point, Bleed
am
with a bit of
not
a half buy, that makes
like you
Viper
have to
just
play
going
Viper
in
every
for it.
single time on bind.
Trying to find what they can.
But I
at
think
the
it's
same
all
time,
about what do you
you've got these
replace the
ultimates on
Viper
side
with.
of Talon. Jitboys
You're
are
in like
doing such a good job
scary.
at timing it sound
Scary.
Gecko
Scary, wake up.
KO.
Scary. I think he's heard it.
But like
you know, not
Gecko
quite
Breach,
in the
even
prime
with a
position
Viper
to
and no
peak out, so he
Cypher,
wants his teammate to
I
go
don't
in
think
for
is
it first.
amazing.
Unfortunately, that doesn't quite work out against
Why are you
Talon.
watching Pacific
Who
right now,
are
not
such a
China? 'Cause we're on a
darn good
break.
job right
China's
now.
here.
Both Thunder was committed, but to no effect. The rest
I
of
just
them
wanted to leave something on,
assaulting all the way from the map.
and I'll run
A
ads now
as
too
well
whilst we
as
wait for the
Heaven
next
on
map.
A. They've
So yeah,
captured
we're
Trump,
like
they've
not going
captured
anywhere.
Lamps.
Yeah, I
Bleed's
don't
still
like Breach
stuck
on this map
inside.
either.
Not quite able to get any spike plans, not quite able to fight back. Ye with nothing but a judge. Shot
I
through,
think
sniped
teams
down
should
by
be
Governor
playing
Cruz with a
like.
simple shot to the head.
I think Gecko Sky is the way to
And that's
go
going
if you're
to
running
be
double initiator.
Talent Esports soaring and sending us into a third map.
Yeah, looking phenomenal here. A nice bounce back.
Right, so this
Full
is on a
team
break
saving
now
their back.
anyway. So let's just like go back to watching this. What's the next map? Ascent? Have we seen Trace play Ascent before? They won once. Who did they beat? Might have been Billy. I'm not actually sure. What were they running on Ascent as well? The usual stuff. Fung is going to be back on Silver. Ascent. They ran Jet, Raze. Yeah, this is going to be different. At least I hope it's going to be different. But it wouldn't surprise me if they tried to run some jank-ass stuff like they did here. So, yeah, what was it? Trace, Ascent. They beat Tyler. Yeah, it was Tyler's pick 13-4. We've only seen him play once, so that was ages ago. You're back with a McDonald's burger? What time is it there? Is there a way to find out what roles the players play before match? Because I thought Darian was a duelist for Bleed. No, because most of the teams are gonna like keep that stuff fairly silent. But yeah, I'm gonna run ads now. Just gonna. I don't know what I'm gonna do actually. Wolf down some cereal, perhaps. Yeah, I'll go do that. So give me a second.
Celebrate on them. This bump in the celebrate on them. Have the trophy and celebrate.
欢迎大家继续收看5位契约 C 联赛第1赛段的比赛直播，我是解说白羊，
我是子恒。
今天进行的这一场 T1对上 Nova 的比赛中，第一场地图的是莲花古城，也是 T1的自选图，13-5拿下了。能看到 Nova 确实在新的阵容磨合上面还需要一些时间留给他们，而且作为一个古一雷的峰峰，一拿出雷兹就拿到 MVP， 所以在图2的亚海玄城的选择上，我觉得 Nova 也是一部分选择规避掉了对方的强势英雄。
对，就是感觉峰峰一旦选出了雷兹，气质就不一样了。而且第一张地图本来也是作为 T1的自选图嘛，所以我觉得他们在这样的一个情况之下13-5大比分领先，也算是理所应当的。但是来到第2张地图亚海玄城，这一张地图双方在整个起点赛都是只打过1场，而且都是100%的胜率。
4 AM you had one in your fridge.
nice. 这张地图他们的阵容会有一个偏差，就是双先锋的位置上的偏差。T1这边是选择了猎枭和 KO， 而 Nova 他们是选择的铁臂。他们会拿出铁臂再打这张地图。
是的。
我们也是要来看一下双方在这张地图一个地图这阵容选择，因为这张地图其实目前对于国外很多赛区，熟知的 Loud 他们拿出的是3闪体系。
决斗用不死鸟来。
Chill today, but I guess it's because Bleeder playing.
Locking 实力强，确实之前他这个残局啊，最后那个反绕是非常惊艳的。现在有非常多支持刚才川宝以及支持 Locking 的观众朋友们。现在来到了亚海玄城，镜头给到的峰峰，他应该会去操刀猎枭。
Yeah, with like player roles and stuff, if it changes, it's not going to be. You're not going to find out before the map. Because I have asked Legager, the Gaija, I don't know how you say his name, Legager, the coach for Bleed, like what a role's going to be. So I was talking to him a little bit during when they were at the Riot 1 event, and he was like, I'm not saying. You're going to have to wait and see, you know, typical answers like that.
然后也算是胜率比较偏高。
是的，峰峰的观众，就是这个插图还是很可爱的，但是听到他刚才的语音以及看到他的雷兹，真的是有一点点秀，而且有一点点担当的感觉。
对，我记得反正当时正好是这个太平洋赛区的比赛 ，PaperX 比赛的时候，因为梦魇在没有了镜的情况之下，他是操刀的雷兹。当时我记得峰峰就是评论了一句，说看了一下这个哥们儿的数据，觉得他上可能会打得比梦魇更好啊。不过确实有一说一，峰峰对于自己的雷兹是很自信的。
对，而且他每个技能的运用非常。
That is about to start.
给到的是 Swell， 上一场他的这个雷兹，我觉得玩一会儿是非常可惜，有2次被接。那这一次他同样是操到了
normal from Trace，
而光继续去玩少尉。
Not normal from Nova, but no.
而 T 这边没有做太多的辩证。 还是跟之前一样，而且罗 King 也是一个对位互换到一个幽影的位置。
是的，而且我们可以看到峰峰同样的猎枭，并且小开。
So this was Nova's pick.
这一场要看一下。
So I imagine the Trace would be defending first.
在图1的一个对位较量之下的话，峰峰的雷兹可能会比 Swell 发挥的更好。但是来到解封的位置
，It's a good question actually. Sorry.
然后 Swell 他的压力
I want to see whereabouts.
我一开始看到他写反了，没有。
14 and 9, 200 ACS, like good showing. 115. Not bad debuts for either player.
支持的队伍加油。从 Nova 整体的一个状态上来看的话，相对来说还是比较轻松的。
因为毕竟这一次也不像我们之前可能就是双败的淘汰赛。
Problem is I don't know anybody from Trace, so it's hard to like talk to them
基本上都会经历起码5轮。
more frankly about why they picked Locking. Because I'm not convinced that it's like, oh, it's just agent flexibility. I think that can have an impact in it for sure. Like, don't get me wrong. But I just don't think that that's much of an argument as well.
其实也更偏向于进攻方的一些，带着铁臂，他们进攻节奏我觉得相对于莲花古城会偏快一些，适合打一波。好的，我们也是马上进入到双方对阵的第2张地图亚海玄城。 这张地图其实说实话，就是我们经常说的，这张地图没有太多的一个战术可言，它就是凭你的团队协同。为什么说会有这么多完全镜像的阵容？就双方可能在这张地图拿的阵容会比较相似。
Trace versus Nova second map. Nova's map pick, so they're attacking first because it's Ascent, of course. And I think for debuts for Locking and Swell, it's been okay. Curious to see what they can do now. Oh, just as the second that he peeks, he sees nobody, and now he's going to peek. There's going to still be nobody, but there's four players here.
这个时候的 Nova 大部队应该是往中路走的，他们要市场夹击 B 区。A 小只刘有光一个人在做阻断，原点峰峰。
Where was the utility from the Killjoy? Was turret broken here, and then the Lambot was shock darted here?
他们想守住 B 大这一波，要不要往前压？
有人想要去反绕守方家里面。
This is a weird round now. They found the lurk. Shot, he could only do so much. I was gonna say 3 versus 1, but all of the players are sort of hit a little bit. They know exactly where Kai's coming from. Still winnable for Trace, but this has been like a good round for Nova. Like, one thing I wanted to see more out of Chinese teams is just how Nova played this round. Almost got him. Like, they just took full contact, walked up here, put some pressure here early in B main, and just held and let Trace just boil over, just panic, start to peek stuff alone. Good shots too. The stun doesn't do anything, it all misses. And yeah, apparently just Obi-Wan's classic do all of that. If Nova did what I think they did, of just like, if there was an alarm bot here that got cleared and they broke the turret early, Nova playing how I would, like how I'd want to coach a team. Of just play around the map, just break all of their shit, clear all of their utility. For me, it's like, don't worry about taking map control, it's more about removing their eyes. Like, control the senses. Yeah, there's a shock dart. So they are like trying to clear this alarm bot consistently. Obviously this round, because Tech are on a low buy, they haven't got the alarm bot. I don't like the breach on this map, me neither.
远距离有飞将在之上，
这是一个勾打，对方还是人比较多。还行，峰峰。
I would have thought that for Olingo, that playing KO would feel a little bit more natural, because he is, like, this guy is more of a duelist player than support. So I think playing KO would have made more sense for them. But I also respect, and this is one thing that you don't really get to see unless you're, like, with pro teams, or, like, worked with pro teams and watch them scrim. Playing KO on this map in the pro scene is the hardest agent, I think, to play on any map ever. But yeah, I'd say that, like, for the pro scene, that's the, like, more accurate thing.
正面的一个大脚不是被听到了，有人已经贴近点了 ，Loki 来到脸上，右键标配3连发，很轻松的收掉了光，捡上光所掉落的枪械有机会。想要去硬抓小开，抓了一个背身的 timing， 欧牛倒了，随后再一刀再。
Nice shots from Trace. I mean, they just destroy on their eco. Okay. Just as I was like amping up Nova all that time, and then I'm thinking about the point I want to make about playing KO on this map.
大部分都是标配出门，
给峰峰都打笑了。峰峰看着小开也露出了慈祥的微笑。不过确实，小开这一份他最后讲道理人都。
And it just feels like a lot of that like breach util just doesn't really connect.
是，预瞄非常精准，知道有一个高低的落差，还拼了一下点。
Also, EA there on the right. Was Tyloo's head coach. Great shot, wasn't it? The Tito. Mechanics on par.
现在这一分 ，Nova 也只能选择4人抱团往 A 区做点尝试。第一时间想要强行去硬抓，但 Loki 早就拉远了交火距离，有长枪。
Genuinely believe KO can be played on all 10 maps we have, and you'd always find value. I'd agree. I think if there was an agent, it's a shame really for KO that he is like the worst win rate in ranked, pretty much across all of the levels. Like KO is so valuable on this map because you could be over on B and you could do a KO knife for A and vice versa. Like you can get information, you can suppress people as they execute, and you can get information without them being able to break it because you can, you know, knife here and get everybody in A main. They can't break this, they just have to avoid it. But yeah, playing KO is so hard because there's so many like lineups to remember, there's so many positions that you want to be aware of, you want to be a supporting player, but you also need to know when to be aggressive and fight for yourself.
发现。
And you could have all of these really intricate hard lineups to hit as KO. They could just still find little value depending on where they're stood. Crazy shots. The Thunk could just turn around and flick and get two there. I think one thing I'm learning, I need to pick up the Phantom more when I'm playing ranked. You got all of these aimers in China mostly playing Phantom, probably a good sign.
这种低敏的时候可以备战这种迅速，而且他就是那种心目中有敌人，包括第一个扫射也是的，他觉得他打了 A 点的这个人之后，剩下的人会从中路来，就说明 Nova 所有的进攻方向全部被 T
And also, genuinely, the problem with Ascent is just being able to try and execute and stall stuff out. So like KO helps there too, shutting down any Cypher utility or Killjoy utility mostly. But I do think there's a world where you could argue, instead of playing KO, play Skye. Skye's not as good as she used to be, but I think as a secondary initiator, she's still amazing.
Nova 占据了人数优势，
但是峰峰拿到了这个击杀之后，有狂烈之怒了，直接
Hunter's Fury is just low. It's going to take off Swell's kneecaps. Still manages to get the kill onto low, which is hard to do. I think low was expected with his Hunter's Fury to come in that like they would be under a lot more pressure there, but because the ult wasn't good actually from Fung, just doesn't do too much.
这一分想打肯定是不可能，他最多就是在后路来断，对，要把你的枪下掉。
This Press mechanic just gives him such a massive advantage. It's a very like in an ideal world argument, is what I've sort of realized. They're being like, oh yeah, if I KO knife on B, I can hit the Killjoy, and all of their utility will shut down. But like, how often does that happen? In pro scene, if you're playing Breeze, how often does that KO knife that goes backside actually hit the Cypher? It shouldn't be more than like once or twice.
他的任务已经完成了。小心点，欧林欧要抓侧身的一个 timing， 但欧林欧这把枪如果掉了的话，现在对于 Nova 来说，赢了不如输了好。
而且他是重甲的情况下保下来了这3900的经济。
Like, I think one buff that you could make that would help KO in ranked that wouldn't necessarily help him a huge amount in pro play is like make the range of the KO knife like bigger. Like, I still think it'd have impact in the pro scene, but I think that the way that they play around KO, it's not going to be massive. And I don't think you need to increase it by much. Say it's like, what, like here, right? If you KO knife this, make it a little bit bigger, like. So it'd go to like maybe like here. Maybe that's a bit too much. Just like increase it slightly. But I think a lot of people would be like, you'd be crazy to buff KO. It's like, but his win rate isn't great. I've been ranked on pro play. I think he's just a mainstay on this map because all of the other options for secondary initiator aren't great. Makes him get ridiculous value from a free ability. Potentially, yeah. It's an idea. Shrug Dart clears the alarm bot again. I like this from Nova, like this conditioning. Because if you could break all of this utility, the other thing to remember is it enables Guan to kind of like find spaces and pockets like this. Oh no, this is nice. Like they get the kill, cut noise and freeze. Oh my god, I can't believe that the one team from China that is doing the things that I want them to do is fucking Nova. This is stuff I want EDG to be doing more. Like get a kill, cut noise, reset. It's getting a little bit awkward now, I'll be honest, Nova. You've got 30 seconds left, and you've got no map control to go in. That flash is amazing from Heibei, but everything else has sort of been like unlocked. You still need to plant. Funk's here with the Odin. Did you check Vitality Deadlock game? No, but I've heard good things about it. I'll definitely have to catch it. Nova's in a good, Chaos in a good place power-wise, though. Nice round from Nova. I really liked how they played that. It just got a little bit awkward on timing. Not really. Depends on the map. But in ranked, no. They didn't even play bad. That's generally what I've heard.
让 TE 其实不确定他们到底还在 A 外还是转到了 B 区。
Like
第一时间有点被分散了。
I always felt that Vitality would be the kind of team to incorporate stuff like Deadlock and be creative. Like they've got 2 assistant coaches and 2 of the smartest minds that I know, I think, in VALORANT of Gorilla and Strong. And I think that whilst I don't know if Saints here, like they'd have more of a take. I don't think Deadlock's great, but I do think they're underappreciated for the things that they can do. Overall, I don't think Deadlock's a great agent, but parts of her utility are incredible. Like the wall is good. I think the nade is a lot better. The only thing I don't like is the audio sensors. But the way the pro teams play it is like they'd play it alongside a killjoy, and then when you plant, you'd put the sensors as like an anti-retake tool, which I really like. Okay, Kai goes for a fight shot. I mean, it's just like for this one, I don't blame the observers not being able to keep up, because what do you even watch? Fung, he should win this fight against Swirl. He's only like 20 HP. But Guan scaling up on it too. Amazing play from Nova here. You're in a 1 versus 2. The smoke is great. You need to be watching this. This play from Kai, like the slow walk as well. If he's full clumping, Kai peeks out and gets him. 100%. Feel bad for Aratum's bind game though. Yeah, like ISO just... Deadlock has the same problem where there's just too much competition for the roles that they play. But I just think that ISO's utility is just not good. Especially when you have like a vulnerable paranoia ability, you'd expect it to be a lot better, but everything else is just kind of ass. What if Bigfoot actually exists and all the photos are real, Bigfoot is just blurry IRL? He's just some sort of like low-res animal? Maybe.
是的，这回其实对于 Nova 来说有点尴尬，就是自动上面没有处理掉，想从中路。
Is this a problem when I'm just reading chat?
而 T 选择了主動出擊，
Interested to see Chinese teams slowly incorporate stuff into their gameplay. The best part is it's not slowly at all, is it? Like they're so... It's the first series back for both of these 2 teams after kickoff. And I'm seeing Nova on attack play the map in a way that I don't even see tier 1 teams play. It's a little bit like rough around the edges, and the only time the Trace have really won is just like off of like Angels. Your man's current team ran ISO on split. Oh, nice. Probably some cool ideas there. ISO Z should not be on a time and his wall needs to work like Harbor, and I think he's semi-decent then. Yeah, I don't really like his signature ability. I don't like the whole getting a kill, shooting a target, getting a shield. The ultimate's fun, but I don't think it's that useful. Is it undercut or uppercut? Feels like uppercut should be the name for it, but it's not. And also, like, contingency is an ability name is awful. Rolling Thunder's been used on the execute, but there's no smoke. That's a bit of a mistake from Obi-Wan. You're going for a fast execute? Why would you not smoke these as quickly? And now this one gets thrown to clear stairs, but the kill literally comes in so quickly that doesn't get too much. If you didn't have to shoot the thing to get the shield, that would just make it way too strong, I think. I don't know, it depends. I just wonder what the goal was for like ISO, you know? Like my like conspiracy theory on it is it's a little bit of like a marketing agent where they're like, what do we want to see from Julius players? They have crazy aim that they're mechanically gods. We want to see them show off that aim as much as possible. We want people to have like an aim agent that rewards them for being in aim labs for the past 4 years. they're like, well, what if we made this agent that has all of this utility around it and like an ultimate to 1v1? It's a little bit more. And we have Reyna. If you want your like ranked monster duelist, just go Reyna. This is very fun to play. I don't. Yeah, I guess. I like playing him in TDM, that's about it. But I don't really like playing duelists, full stop. Yeah, if ISO doesn't have like a fast movement ability nor a flash, I don't think there's much reason to use him. ISO is fun, smiley face. Yeah, but you played him a bit more. Are you still in LA, by the way, Miska? You get back like tomorrow, don't you? I mean, Initiate, I think he's fun to play. I don't know. I'm just a utility user though, more than anything. I like doing cool shit with my abilities. You're at O'Leary's in Copenhagen at the moment? Oh, that's why I went with Mitch, actually. I know exactly the bar that you're talking about. Has all of the stuff on the wall, like all of the like Irish saying. Because one of them says like blacks, but that's what Irish people call cops. Because that's where the black and tan comes from as well. Because I think tan uniforms were for British police and black was for Irish police. I can't remember the way around. Did you manage to go watch some Americas? Oh, I guess you wouldn't actually, because you were traveling back just as it started up again. My bad. But so long as you had fun. Actually, really unlucky timing. Because I thought that it would start Friday, but it doesn't. It started Saturday night. I was at the studio for a bit, but yeah, unlucky timing. Did you see anybody? Was any of the talent there, or are you just with rioters? Bumped into Ender for like literally 2 seconds, that was it? Yeah. I like Ender. I think it's like energy levels and stuff, like it's crazy for me. Oh my god, this up is just posted up in such a good spot and apparently just misses. CB just goes for the close corner peek and that's everything. Yeah, like Ender's got like a good thing. Anonymous Gifter gave Blue a tier 1 sub. Thank you very much, Anonymous Gifter. It's very kind of you. It means a lot. I never know how to like I don't want to be like, oh my god, thank you so much. But I also don't want to be like, yeah, thanks, whatever. I mean, this lockdown, this execute's gone nowhere. Just as I say that. Does sound fake, but does sound ungrateful. Yeah, it's kind of hard. Yeah, it's... My genuine reaction is just like, awesome, thank you. It's not at all expected. Nor necessary. Until I've just been like a YouTuber for too long, where I'm just like, I don't want to make stuff for people that they don't have to buy, they can just enjoy. One of the rougher rounds, I think, for Nova. And that's where it feels as well like the lack of KO like really starts to feel obvious.
在对方给到 B 点动静的时候，他慢慢摸下来，一个是正义给你一颗了，还有一个就是
But hopefully you had fun.
你想要退到 A 点的路，而后续这个 T 的3打1，就是你最好快点给我安装爆能器。
I thought you'd be there for a lot longer, but you're only there for like 10 days. Set meta is a set meta for a reason, to be honest. You got to be real creative to come up with something off meta and make it work. Yeah, and I also feel a little bit like there's a bit of an influx of coaches and teams at the moment trying to do really like off-meta stuff for the sake of it, it feels like. Which I'm not against teams trying to be creative and be hard to anti-strat by trying stuff, but I think there is an awful lot of like, we want to reinvent the meta a bit, and I don't think that's the way to approach it. I don't necessarily agree with people at Anders being very like, oh, this is very suboptimal, right? Like, why would you play this agent and their non-mirrored win rate isn't great? When it's like, it's not even about like if it does well in scrims, it's just if the players prefer to play that agent and feel that they can do more on that agent in comparison to playing like Gecko on Icebox instead of Sova. Like if you're playing up against a strong team and they're playing meta and you're playing meta, very hard to find the like advantages that you need with that. So going for something a little bit different is good, but obviously that could be anti-stratted.
那现在暂停回来就要看一下 Nova 的调整，这一回合又像莲花古城一样，前期自己明明有场面上和比分上的优势，但是 T1在中期就是发力。
And stuff isn't meta because it's the strongest. Stuff is meta because it's the most like versatile. Like I don't think that this like comp from Trace, the one that we see a lot, is like the best ever that we'll ever see on this map. I think what makes it strong is that you can, you know, swap setups a lot. You can keep this jet moving around. All of these sightlines, all of these ops, you can have the Killjoy play towards A, have the utility mostly in the same positions, but it's still so strong. It's like takes either utility like the shock dart to kill this or somebody to walk up on B main, which is scary to do now because you got the Silver with an Odin. Like the playbook is so in-depth that you can't really go wrong with it. Whether you're following like a set execute or whether you're mid-rounded like Nova is now, you have a lot of freedom. Even just small things like Aldron in this. Like, you can Aldron this and absolutely still just send it top mid and go B. Yeah, more options against more teams too. You don't get hard countered by anything. Lockdown is a marvelous idea though from YOU. You've just stalled it out. Nice round. Made it to 5. And just one gun that they're bringing into... Well, they're probably going to have to eco here going into round 11 and then they have a full buy round 12, right? Harbor's good for Ascent, but you need double controller setup. Yeah, I feel like the Harbor as an agent's a weird one. I feel like they are... When it comes to an agent with a high skill ceiling, it's Harbor. But the problem is you don't really get the feedback that you need to know that you're doing well. Like if you mess up a harbor wall even a little bit where it's supposed to go like over a wall and it just because of the reason that you put it, it doesn't go through, that can lose you the round. And you don't necessarily know that even off the mini-map. Your highest skill ceiling? I don't know. I don't agree. Yours is the highest like skill expression. I think Yoru I think Yoru's whole kit is built around them being kind of hard to clear and hard to really know where they are, what they're trying to do. For Harbor, you have to set up your utility and you give away everything about where you're stood, where you're positioned. Astra's similar as well. I think Astra suffered from this problem too. It's a very defend-sided map, typically. Astra's easy, it's UI that's wonky. More in the sense of like Astra's bad when it comes to getting feedback. Like all of your utility, like if you got a star down like here for example, and they go for an execute, you have to basically, you're Astra, you're playing over here. One of your teammates is like, oh, they're coming A. You use your utility, but you don't really know whether it hit, whether what you did was good or not. If you're playing in ranked where nobody communicates, it's so hard to play Astra.
他立马会反制一个暗眼，先拉远交过去，想要靠枪法解决问题，但是对方是前后的一个双拉，然后正面的风锋。
I used to be an Astra player when she was meta. I really enjoyed her.
人数的劣势，手上有巡地剑、雷击剑以及消失无人机技能都是足够的，8发子弹他要去主动找机会，但自己吃到了巡地剑的一个探照效果，黑贝没有办法帮他打，第一时间巡地剑没被打掉，而黑贝最终的位置是名牌，0-0掏出了明军。
Yeah, 6-0. Good bounce back from Nova there.
战至6比6。
And 6 rounds on attack is like very nice.
中路跟你打的，不管是上半场有1分，当 Swirl 和小洞被卡在中路这个位置，还是这1分里面，
How is Pacific doing right now?
川宝在中路打了2个之后 ，Nova 也是顺势掌握了这个人数的优势。
然后2楼近点风锋这个位置被巡地剑探照出来了，很伤。 其实2打3有机会的。那么来到中场，我觉得两边得思考一下。上半场其实 Nova 的压力会更大，因为他们防守的胜率本来就比进攻低，再加上 T1 的进攻胜率是100%，是什么概念？
是的。模仿铁壁的
这个表情是不是眼睛要发光？这有点难。
感觉我们现场观众第1回合还是比较害羞的，现在慢慢也是活泼了起来。大家都哎，这个表情到位了吧？
不过大家确实眼睛里面都挺有神的啊！
正好赛场上也有一个铁壁，就是小洞操作的这个英雄。在防守边，我们刚才还想说，作为先锋，
What's the next game for China? It's FX versus Wolves, which is after this one.
所以在点里应手的话，Nova 可能不一定会有太多的机会。看一下下半场他们会不会像莲花古城的下半场守将军一样，把防守当做进攻来打。
这分你要把这张地图你要把防守当进攻来打的话
Yeah, it's a shame for Wolves that they've had to play up twice. Like in a series like this.
虽然说是拿出了铁壁，但是铁壁单铁壁没有办法去跟你的主 C 进行一个配合，你必须
I feel a little bit bad, but sometimes that's just how it is.
单闪现在对于决选手来说背是比较简单的，就像之前中路的那一波风锋的操作一样。 但是现在，所以为什么很多阵容中都是盖可配上一个常规的闪光位？就是这样的话，你就算连往背后走了，也会被光波所闪到。
I mean, Pacific has it, but they have it worse because they play 4 games a week. So it's kind of worse for them.
看到阿斯帕斯在这张地图
玩雷兹，
Then they play again next week when they're breaks.
扩充一下自己的英雄池啊，各个之前专精的一些选手。 都有更好的表现，来到双方的这个下半场，由 T1 作为进攻，那 Nova 作为防守边。小开这边直接队友给发枪
Zeta and DRX play twice because there's RRQ and Genji to still see, right?
主控的是小开，提速要去硬抓吗？这直接飞到市场，哇，又是很经典的一套打法，这是 T1 他们比较熟悉的打法，小开就飞市场。
是，
所以我们看到中路
Nice shot. They're going straight in. I mean, this is a typical setup that you see from most teams on this map. Like the alarm bot here, Killjoy playing off of it towards A.
一起来追对方的背身。
但是背后有一个少杰炮台，因为 YUU 还活着。
At least you get the fight to get a couple. If you just get one and get traded, I don't think it's as useful. Yeah, for tomorrow, because there's no China, we'll be watching Pacific then. Maybe we'll watch it with Tom, but no worries if not. Great position actually for YOU to be in. He even gets a headshot onto CB. Like, he's done enough that he could just realistically back up now. Low King playing off of each other together. Really nice setup from Trace. Really good stuff. Is that both the pistols on this map too? No, Nova picked up the pistol this first half. But then lost the follow-up anyway. So it's 3 pistols to 1 altogether.
这确实是他在手上局的一个灵性嘛，因为他第一时间没有跟随大部队啊，就更多的就是为了要去控服，要去抓对方。
Also, is this quieter than it maybe should be?
那这一分的 T1 选择了4人抱团强冲 A 区。 中路近点留守 YU 一个人去做阻断，因为 YU 是唯一的一把手枪。
The stuns come through, but there's not really too much that you can work on. YU is playing this amazingly well. Like, he's pulled 4 players over to fight him, and he only has a ghost. Low King takes a lot of damage. Has a Bulldog, so needs to back out. Plays in a position where he can fight, and then Feng Feng's there to support. Like, really good team play. Like, Low King off of his team has been really impressive this map. Like, how quickly they just react to go and play together. The fact that this is happening just in the first series after he signed to this squad, like, is really promising.
人数优势的情况之下，小开又点掉回防的欧林，那只剩下最后 OBY 一人，24滴血。
Just seems a very sensible control player.
2分的一个差距，下半场首枪就拿下来这一分。
They need someone to help Warbird. Said on my scrims experience, Team Secret work rate just beyond high, but
本
needs to
身
be
就
on
是有
stage.
枪械上的优势。那 BY 单化的 YU 不仅换了一个人，还拿到了对方大部队前压 B 点的信息。
Warbirds there? Do they not have an assistant coach / analyst? I thought they did. I don't overlook. Like,
包括我觉得丰富的成长也在于他现在不
they've
仅
had a
每
really
次
good
的熟
attacking
练
half on
枪
Ascent,
法的稳
but
定性比
just
较高。就算他拿猎枪的冠
too
军
much better.
刀依旧在发光，他依旧是全场击杀数最高的那个人。
对的。
Why is this
现在 Nova 有人起到了蟒侠，随后想用这把蟒侠
Could UI drop, please?
不过确实，黑贝跟 Locking 2个人是亲着，我觉得这一分确实这个蟒侠让 T 有点意想不到的。小开又强行进点，主峰加凌空来到了铁墙上，把楼下空空，第一时间就直接先被打掉了。
And they just go straight for an execute, so they're going to win the bonus too.
该局往 A 区的强中，无伤的进入到包点。 并且还可以免费升级一下枪械。
是的。
好了，这一下不打了呀，诺瓦马上爆枪了，走了，润了，兄弟，没有任何的信心和站位。
Sad to see them go out for kickoff. Yeah, I mean Team Secret like what they were incredibly close to beating Gen G in play-ins.
之前已经开了一个大米风群，但是他还是被捆到了，所以自动哨兵和少击炮台全部都是失效的。这一点的话 ，T 可以少吃很多 AOE 的伤害。
就是。
So I hope either one of them does well.
就你第一时间会以为。 我觉得 Nova 肯定会以为 T1是一个比较慢的打法。
These guys just lost save, had an outlaw, 2 rifles.
而且冲的还是 A 区。
是的。
So Trace made that 9. What was the? Yeah, the attacking side. Trace didn't drop a round at all on Lotus. It is looking likely that that's going to be the same on Ascent at this rate. Genji almost won Masters. Probably should have done, yeah. Goes to show like how good RRQ and Team Secret are when they take it to a map-free overtime. In all instances.
So
yeah, I'm very like excited to see both these teams like in the group stages. But Team Secret having DRX first is unfortunate.
对，现在 T 整体发挥的更好的原因就是他总是比对方再多想一步。 想的更多一些，知道对方会怎么做，顺势来到了自己的一个枪械优势局，知道了试探出苏尔是把蟒侠，所以这一回合是保了一个全员的重甲。
You got turret alarm up, all this setup.
想要再探小光的位置，但小光这一回合躲得更深。
They still have a full buy mostly because they saved.
反正中路近点第一时间是没有发现对方做前压的，而且 BY
Team Secret beating DRX in the past. Yeah, I know.
群敌剑探照的效果，那这个时候 YOU 好像把队友叫回来了。
I'm a big Jesse Flash fan.
很灵活，而且他很敢打。 直接单人前压把
But it's more like a DRX that have just made a roster move and also can be really pissed off at the fact that they didn't make Madrid. Like they're not gonna make any slip-ups there, right? It feels.
对方是4人在持架，哎，兄弟，假信息。但是
CB gets contact, runs away. It's nice.
看到了峰峰的点位，两边就只是一个互换血量。
但是他已经在前点位拿到了信息。
Yeah, none of the breach is there, so they're gonna rotate. 50 seconds, so there doesn't need to be this, like, you can slow down a little bit here, Trace. You compare it to like how Nova was just playing sort of mid and like a bit slower, a bit more.
两个残血会不会有所伏笔？因为对方的伤害性技能还是比较多的，尤其是 A 点这边铺满了纳米风群。
This calling feels a little bit more chaotic.
加 B，
剩余30秒。
30秒的时间，他们也只能硬着头皮去打 B， 不过正好落点，
Olingo's in a good spot. It's a bit scary for the Sova, but you've still got lane control. Now here you don't know if they're going stairs at the same time, so YU clears him.
这回头给 CP 秒了，3打3。
Maybe like this defensive setup wasn't that great.
但有狂烈之怒 ，YU 唯一满状态的一个情况之下没有架住，而一到正面，黑贝成功断绝了所有。
Both these players are low, so this is a very doable retake. 2 bulldogs though.
黑贝2个人血量加起来45滴血。 光架得很死，他知道船屋很有可能会出来 timing 的。
Above the players just decided to like peek and walk up. Like clears one, clears them both. Still 10 and 12, so still like negative
这回
KD.
合对于 Nova 来讲，我觉得
Nova coming in English as well? I don't think so.
他单人控制住了 B 场，而且拿到了对方大部队都过
I
来的
guess we'll
信
see
息。
if they win him out, but I
所以所有
don't
的
think
猛
so.
侠
I
在
think they're
中路
just
也
still
抓到
coming
了一
in
个机会，
Chinese.
竞争人全
This
惨
world
了。
knows a little.
主要开局的人数优势反而是被 T 打成了人数均势，这对于 Nova 来说有点伤。还好有惊无险的情况之下，就是对方的血量都很低，最终由光光完成了1打2。
Yeah, good fights from Nova. Good like recorrection, but it's the first defensive round that they've won all of today.
这一分，上一分枪不是很齐，但是完成了一个小翻盘，
Gives us back to B.
把比分咬住了。
More typical like default on defense. Any op from Swell? No, he's just gonna fight this and hold it with the Yeoman.
差距可以去追，但现在得看 Nova 他们怎么去追，因为目前对于他们来说没有战术。
Nanoswarm goes off here, but I think he gets broken.
的情况下，要不要画被动？
It doesn't even break the Nanoswarm that's on the ground from the
还是要跟你
defense.
控图。刚开局把地图所有能够出来的位置先防进去做前压。BY 4人大部队集结，手上有终极技能吗？手上如果让黑贝吸个能量球的话，会启动自己的无效命令长近点。小陈文姬探一下 BY 近点的信息，看看有没有人前顶。
有点远啊。
They had the turret going off. What happened?
没有人。
They heard the turret find contact, but there was no reaction.
从 A 小支援 B 大外的这个山峰地线，这也是铁壁的优势，可以蓄力让技
The
能
traits look better with Loking than they do with Flexing. It's early days, but like it's looked like all right.
创造了绝对的人数优势。
Not like a huge night and day difference, but I don't think it would
手上也没什么经济
ever expect to be. But I'm impressed at how Loking's playing with his team.
黑贝是
I say as he's peeking and walking through A main alone.
但是 Loking 2打5的局面，他还要往前。其实现在
Doesn't have a smoke just yet. But going towards a site where you've got the Omen in A main in Wine, Breach is on site who's led their position now.
就黑贝这个位置一定要去确认一下
Broken
自保。
glass.
所以我们可以看黑贝
Paranoid's gonna come in,
他的位置推得比
just
较靠后。
Like Olingos done it across. They see Loking. This is a nice hold from Obi-Wan, just buys his time. Easy clear up. Very nice round from Nova again.
这回合我觉得对于 T 来讲的话，交
He's
流上是有
10-10-10
些
right
问
now,
题
10 out
的。
of 10,
因为
yeah.
当中路跟 A 小那边没有人架 ，Loking 在看 A 大的情况下，队内应该是没有互帮互助的，导致峰峰直接被偷了。近点没有太多的位置提示，而且感觉瞬间有点被打乱了。
主要就是你中路正面 A 小主动做了一个前压，收到峰峰过后。
I guess they assumed that because they were tucked in that they would be safe.
想要往 B 打的，但这个没有任何信息，而且你 A 场过点位又没有抓到任何信息。
Trace's second timeout.
出了暂停啊，这分
Yeah, I think for Nova thus far this has been a really like impressive map.
1分的差距，得考虑一下这一分。怎么样能够去让
They got 6 rounds on attack, on defense, lose a pistol in the bonus, which sucks.
对于 Nova 来讲，其实上下半场都是自己有优势。
The last couple have been nice from them. They didn't even need a timeout to try and fix it either.
但中期的时候，就是 TE 的调整能力非常
They've
非常
never win
快，
this
导致
series
他
by
们
a
被
net
连续追
capsule.
分。
I feel like with
目前他们
Sunset as the third
能不能
map,
在中期拉开比分才
I
是关
don't
键。
know if Nova would win the
其实我一
series.
个人的手
But
术
picking up a map here would be
从
major.
上半场以及下半场的来看，齐乐在的点位
Yeah, it seems that like all gamers, Nova
以及打伤害，
and Tyloo
一个人几
have
乎能
all
控制2条路。
improved massively from
这也是
kickoff.
为什么
in such a
上管
short
练这
space
些
of
远距离
time.
的雷击剑，给到中路一些压力的原因。
暂停结束，这一分的 Nova 手上是有全面封锁的，而黑贝
Yeah, Trace's coaches could definitely
得
fuck
靠
some
这个
people
无效
up,
命令强劲点了。
especially Destroyer.
打 A 区的话，对方会反制全面封锁，手上有其他技能吗 ？YO 差一个能量点就可以把自己的。
Yeah, after losing 2 rounds, it's not a bad
其实看
timeout to
光的
call.
站位，他并没有想对这个无效命令做一
Swell
些
not
防
really
范
off. He's
因为他的
playing
人
in
和技能
positions
组
that
是
look
站在
like he
一
has
起
the
的
off.，
这个范围里面很容易知道无效命令的效果。
He's
其实看不
literally
出
what
来
like is it a high-low stack? Yeah, it is. You can see it like here.
所以有没有防范都无
The
所谓。
Omen and the
哪怕
Jet
说
are
你
just
开着无效
watching
命
this
令过来
together.
它也造成不了太多的影响。它本来就是一个主角斗。
来看一下
All gamers stop solo peeking in their top 3 reel. Also, if they put LB on duelist full time. I didn't like Spitfire's this duelist at all.
他中路没站人，这个 B 连给了一个山峰地线，没人出去看看正面的信息啊。这 A 小也不知道有没有人
Never
渗透
free
进来
people
了。
over here.
不过我们从小地图可以看到 T 是4人集结到了 AY， 只留了 YO 一个
Also,
人在 BY 做
Trace
前
the
压。
way that they're cutting noise again, in comparison to Nova, like Nova had so much pressure everywhere. But I feel like here, like whilst Trace haven't given up their position or anything, this is a nice look that's coming in from YOU. But for everybody else, this feels like the stack reads this really nicely. Like Swell is out already, trying to catch the Jet who's in on site, and just gets pulled away. A bit of an awkward one. I think he maybe overstayed a little here, Swell. Because he tried to get the Jet dashing in on site and was just waiting for them to show. And in that time, everybody else just came out.
的想法可能是让小洞跟 Swell 控 A 小的，但 Swell 出去了，小洞就跟了。本来这两个人是死守 A 小，可以等到光回来开大的。现在这个计划落空，1打4的局面是非常
That's Nova having the right read, but not necessarily having the right plan, like how to execute on it.
他要去1打4太难了。
Spitfire Sentinel is really strong too. Yeah, exactly. Like it looked amazing on that third map of Breeze. Like truly the best map that they've played so far for all gamers. Tell you the result of the first half. For this map, it was 6-all.
对方是叫过暂停，然后自己比分还是劣势的情况下想做事，没有能够成功。OB1 这个位置是很难救的，两个人强行从 A 小出烟，想要帮助点亮的队友。
Yeah, Swell getting caught here was
但是反而
a bit
好像
rough.
这个窟窿越来
It's
越
a
大了。
timing thing too, because like he went out. I think as the stun came in on A main, so everybody else, the 4 players got stalled here. The Jet was in sight alone. Swell was looking this way, but it took so long that the stun had subsided. The players weren't stalled in A main anymore, so he just gets traded. He's not even looking at them.
他会算 T 会在这一分去往 B 点打进攻那种。
Like if you have a KO there with a fragment, you can buy that time a bit more. You just absolutely cleared up YOU, Jesus.
常规的规避点位啊。
而且上界炮台响了，也知道你人离炮台
Yeah, this is good defensive stuff. The only thing I just don't like about Nova is his breach.
掉了哨位 ，T 后点的信息是盲区。
But I think the way that the individuals are like playing the map to get information, how they played attack, like Nova have a really good understanding of what to do on ascent.
另外近点，
罗天嘴巴一直在动，镜头里看到他在说话，跟队友交流。
I like this setup, but this is a good counter from Nova too. The only issue is you only have one nanoswarm here, which is more for the door if they close switch. If this paranoia actually came through,
我点你全部放空给你，我点你只要不掉人，我人数有优势，布置全面封锁打回防是可以接受
and
的。
then is it paranoia in hand? Lambot for one there. One just peeks off it instantly.
接掉5打3，优势非常大
Paranoid to see if there was any more, but there wasn't. But they still like clear it. Nobody makes any noise. You might want to recheck this later if you're Nova going for this retake, but I don't know if it's needed. Paranoia here doesn't get anything, but just Low King peeking against Olingo just wins. Okay, yeah, he just keep going, son.
那现在就要给到队友2打2的机会了，现在就看能不能把握住 Loki 所创造出的奇迹。正面有人想要依靠凌空和巨人完成收割黑背原点，直接被秒掉。峰峰只有9滴血，9滴血的峰峰能不能做到1滴2 6发子弹9滴血？但最终倒在了
Nice dive from Swell.
精准的一发巨
What
人
was
之下。
this from?
现在就要给到队友
Like numbers wise.
3打5的情况
3 versus 5. I don't hate this play at all.
积分必须主动出击。 好在是顺利进入到点内
They turned the 3 versus 5 into a 3 versus 3 very, very quickly.
9比10，还差1分就可以扳平。
5-4很关键啊！本来这分其实差一点会被 T 打回来。
Like, yeah, I'm impressed by Low King. It's not necessarily like he's not been having major multi-kill rounds like this. It's more along the lines of they know when they need to push to make a play. They know when they need to back up and play with a teammate.
但是这个思路是正确的，跟上一分相比，就是死保 A 小，用全面封锁做事情，有达成自己理想的效果，并且拿到了实质的分数。 而且还省了一个终极技能，下一回
I really just think like put Kai on Sentinel, put YOU and Someone, just put Feng on Jet. Great play. A great idea with Hunter's Fury dashing up and fighting it. Like Nova have some really good ideas.
硬炸连接2人又是一波2打2，而且峰峰没有怎么损失自己的血量。
You don't want to lose it now, though, when you had such a bright start.
是跟 Swirl 换了一把枪的，所以拿了一把明狙在，对方没有烟，想直架，1打1。
Right, 1 versus 1. Feng on for an ace if you can win this round.
不过峰峰现在不知道对方另外1人的位置。
是的，前后可能都有人，他也不敢换子弹。峰峰只有拿到 ace 才可以赢下这一分。
other fight from Xiaodong. I mean, it's did they call him Xiaodong on the cast or did they call him Olingo?
能不能把握住机会？反而对于光光来说的话，他完完全全可以等待峰峰去地包。
其实赌心态。
Yeah, it is Feng Feng too.
就可以等峰峰去地包，然后要么你就去 B 地包，他打回防；要么你在 A 地包，他主动静音渗透到你脸上。
是的。 峰峰不能走的原因是因为他不知道对方从哪个位置来，
It's more like
但是他
Feng
静音
Feng
就是
than
想
Feng
要
Feng.
给对方一个假信息，就是我可能已经去 B 了，最后再在 A 点。
Yeah, lockdown. You have a Hunter's Fury, so you don't have to worry about it too much.
峰峰手里面是有狂恋之怒的，但他这个狂恋之怒估计是拖时间的。哎呦！
Just gets the time. It doesn't matter if he gets locked down. Really nice round from
拿到 Ace，
Feng.
天津烽火轮名不虚传，帮助 T 拿下关键局。
不仅是雷兹，
Yeah, incredible round to turn it around on.
用枪说话，对我拿到了非常关键的这个中期比分。这一回合 Nova 其实已经拿出了一些看
Yeah, just maybe this double peek from Obi and Olingo, yeah, wasn't needed.
前压，打出了一些人数的置换，但是峰峰这边哇顶着全面
Lead lost in 2-1 series. Did they? I imagine they looked more promising than they did at. Also, who were they playing against?
反而撞到峰峰的枪线之下。
Talon are good.
那这一波 Ace
not like amazing, but I think better than they gave credit for.
也被迫叫出了暂停。
教练的一个手势的意思就是。 想想对方可能会怎么做，
more promising but not amazing Messi series. I guess that's to be expected.
可能有的时候你想要做的一些事情，就是第
like
一
so
层
long
的
as there's
结果，
progress.
而对方正好可以想到这个局面。这就是
It didn't look that good on Icebox. Yeah, but I guess they have made like a roster move as well, bringing in Surf.
走一步算3步。
Also depends on what comp they run.
知道你顶着全面封锁出来的位置，因为 A 小自己
like if they run in some like kooky ass shit, then yeah, I'm not all for it.
暂停结束，现在距离 T 他们拿到赛点就差1分，但现在2分的一个差距 ，Nova 还是有追平比分的希望。不过目前他们确实比较偏向于被动啊，就算有些时候拿到了。The
whole thing around Swell joining his team as well was really funny.
没有把握住机会。
Like he was literally in the training room with them at kickoff, and then everybody's like, "Oh, you're joining Nova." He's like, "No, I'm not."
依靠这个惊雷卷地，他可以快速打反制，得
Fake news.
前期在正面接人的情况。
这分很难操作的一个原因，是因为他们没有太多的钱。
Did they clear Obi-Wan here?
没有枪械来配合自己的技能 ，Obi-Wan 是藏在了一个。
眩晕加珠峰，立马经典小开。
Yeah, they do. Same thing as before. Like Traces execute with the jet here. It's twice now that Nova have tried to stop this jet and isolate them from the rest, but they just don't have the utility to stall everybody else when the Killjoys are on B. Like the stun isn't good enough. You molly this with the KO, it's so much better. Will you watch next match? Yeah, I'll watch it for as long as I possibly can.
T 的搜点，
全白，黑贝给自己全白了，没有把握住这个闪光的机会。
但是四面都有人在架枪，光想要绕后，但是后点还有一个少界炮台在看。
小开听到对方破门的声音，所以就直接在架门后的位置。徐立健能找到2楼的点位，过点又是远距离，2把长枪支架根本拉不出来。
炮台响了 ，Locking。
But I mean, everything else is looking good. You're up against the Eco, but the Eco's actually suddenly doing damage, but that's really all it is. Money's still awkward. I guess if there's a bit of a comeback here, but that'll be it. That'll be enough.
他们已经拿到图2的赛点，就差1分就能拿到自己第一场比赛的首胜。
在亚海玄神这张地图上面，之前在进化者的第一幕中，
Match of better quality of play and Bleed versus Talon.
再战一次这张地图，他们
Was it really that bad?
更好了一些。 Nova 现在处境很艰难，在防守方，尤其是索尔这个点也很难受的一点。
Like Trace have struggled a lot more in this map.
从首相局输了开始
But Nova have been playing like even if they lose now, I'm still like impressed with what I've seen.
有没有奇效还不好说，得看他架的位置。但这把明驹架的是 AY 啊，第2时间要上 A 小，不过 A 小刚开局 T 他两侧其实就是都用技能和人数去给你踩空。A 小今天也是有个黑杖在做封锁。
It's a fairly early recon that based off of nothing. But they have the Odin ready to spray this, and the operator also set up for Tree.
他觉得 Nova 可能会有些着急。
The Trace are playing this really nicely. You know, they're on match and series point. All they do is cut in noise, hoping that somebody from Nova like overextends. Because Nova have tried to be very proddy, get some info. Aldron's heard, so this is like a good idea to just spam.
有收益吗？第2时间全门封锁扑了出来。
They only see the killjoys, so are they like, is this a fake?
这边的人没有动。
Hasn't pulled the rotation.
A 场全员在经典 YU 成功
Yoma
断掉了
TP
小
backside got cancelled.
那这一下又是人数流
还是
血。
假的
Obi's kind of stuck though. He has the TP, he has his ultimate to get out. Now he doesn't, he's suppressed. Nobody's helping him. Nobody has helped him.
正面的碎片一出，技能上的配合，反制的惊雷卷地在阻挡你进入到
I
A 区
don't
的
like
脚步。
that
不
too
过
much from Nova.
成功收掉
They just left
0-0。
him out in the open.
侧身位，虽然断掉了 YU， 不过现在又是一个人数的绝对劣势。
But I also think that Obi-Wan probably shouldn't have peeked there. I don't think. He kind of screwed himself. Yeah, this is pretty much done.
刚从眼里面拉出来，就被黑贝一发精准，一发命中入魂。4-0，最后2楼的点位是名牌。 他已经上枪了，再拉出来。
Hey, babe's just even like eager peeking him out on heaven too. All right, Trace. Another 2-0 for them against Nova, but much more like competitive. And Nova still leagues behind, I think, some of the top teams in China, but looking like the ideas, the way that they're playing, the way that Olingo was like mid-round calling. Really nice. Jesus, that fucking sage out. Nova Swell, how's he look? Yeah, Swell played well. I think if you're Nova though, you could like take a lot from this series. Like it looks so much better than the last time that they played. A 13-5, rough, but their ascent especially looks pretty decent. I do want to see what the teams have next. Nova, JDG, FPX, and then Tyler and All Gamers. So there might be like 2 wins that they could pick up potentially around here, but like against JDG and FPX in the next couple of weeks is tough. And then Trace, Billy, Wolves, DRG, EDG. Real good tests here, I think, though. And then EDG to finish on could be fun.
就是而且他这个 UAV 打的是让人猝不及防，大家都以为他的思路可能会
Nice day at the office for Trace. Not too much to worry
没
about.
有想到他最终是用枪法解决了所有的问题。
JDG should have won yesterday. I haven't seen the VOD yet. I want to watch it on stream. I'm like saving it. I don't know when I do it. I can't really do it today, but maybe I do it like tomorrow. As well as any maps that I missed today if I have to leave early.
因为很多猎枭他不会选择就是刚开局给你释放巡敌舰，他都是用小潜温区去探照对方的点位。你在进点的时候，突如其来的巡敌舰能让你打
who was it?
在不同的位置上有不同的走位习惯，这是我觉得在很多选手操到不同英雄中最难克服的一件事情。而川宝这一局里面也有不错的发挥。 他在防守边的时候也很主动，两边在亚海神阵的防守全部都是很动态的那一种。你一边给了动静，我另外一边一定会出去拿信息。
就这张地图，你不得不说，在
Still hate Kukung playing non-duelist, but Smoggy played well.
掌握的是很好的，所以为什么说他们这张地图
It might be an inspired move. I'm not really sure myself.
他们虽然说
In
在
all
前面赛
honesty.
打了一场，但是这个
Yeah, I saw the nobody. Like I saw some of the 4Ks that they had. But from the look of it, like YH10 played pretty well. I saw that like Martin and Yihao had some good moments.
想要打 B 区的时候，也是被川宝压了回去。Looking 在这一波3杀，
Oh, Monkey Meatloaf, thank you very much for the gifted to Gio.
Swell 的截锋确实感觉比他的雷丝会更加熟练一些。Nova 这边也展现出了不错的战术套餐，但是这
Swell
就
is so much
是
shorter than I thought. Maybe everybody's just a lot taller.
看一下峰峰拿到5杀之后队友的欢呼吧。
Low King fitting in well? I'd say so. I don't think there was too much to really see off of how they were playing this series. Like they had one like 3K, but it was in a round that they lost. But I liked the decision making that they had. Like if they were a player down, he wasn't afraid to go and make a more aggressive play. If they had player advantage, which Trace mostly had, he's playing more safe with his team. This was the nice like spray transfer for fun. Ebe's in a really good spot to spot too.
他们主点这啥有什么用啊？我直接就给他背了。
我终于听到了这个口型所说的这段话，确实是把闪给背了。MVP 再度
Feng,
给
yes,
到了峰峰的
terrific
猎
series.
枪
What was it like on the
312
first
的
map?
平均战斗
Yeah,
评
just pure
分
MVP of the
,2.6 的
series,
以
right?
及比雷兹更夸张的平均回合伤
Back
害
to business.
86%的 KST。
这个 KST 也就是贡献率啊，包括就 KD 就为参
Yeah,
考率
that's，still what I want.
就确实整个
Locking 16 and 13, 12 assists. Hebe. Yeah, like this, just play KO
我
Lingo.
们要看到 T 这边团队的
Fuck,
力
even
量
play
就是
Phoenix, you know,
罗
like
宾的
just.
助攻数以及黑贝的助攻数12、17
I
个
don't。think Breach would suit his playstyle
，either。够不够快？
对，
确实他的背闪的速度是很快的。我们也先来看
He
一下
didn't on Lotus, but he did on
率
Ascent.
先击败来说的话 ，Nova 确实要
I mean, this is concerning a bit too for Nova. Like, you find the first kill frequently, but like 9 plants, 6 rounds, 9 plants, 7 rounds. Not too much between them. Maybe just like losing like the pistol here, losing the bonus, or winning a pistol here and then losing the round afterwards.
是的，我们先来看一下
Small mistakes in big rounds
地
costing.
图回顾。那图一是 T 的选图，莲花古泉13比5轻松拿下。那图二来到 Nova 的选图 ，T 也是13
So is it a break now for these two as well? Yeah.
对手的 Nova。
All right, so we have FPX versus Wolves now.
比分我觉得一定会让 T 更加自信一些。其实对于他
So
们
let
来
me
说，
just change
在
the
起点赛是
titles
非
and
常
stuff.
非常不容易的一个旅程。
是的。
最后其实是一个向神许愿的0.13秒，帮助他们进入到后续的4强。但是4强碰到了一个 EDG 也是非常不幸，相信他们这一次一定可以。
Yeah, thank you very much for everybody for like tuning in and stuff. It's been a good day today. Really getting into the swing of it now. I feel like a lot better than I have done over the last couple of days. Yeah, it's like if it's a race map, Feng will play it. If it's a jet map, Kyle will play it. Which I'm not really that much of a fan of. I think teams need to just have a duelist player that can play both. But I mean, it's working for Trace. But I'd like to see like Feng just be on duelist full time, see his jet build up, because Kai's a pretty good sentinel too. Then why are you just on main initiator duties for the most part? I think that's like a good way to like build up this Trace team.
包括他之前所在的队伍所基本的战术，我们加上默认都多元化，然后战术也是非常多。
意味着新鲜血液的到来，给你们带来了更多的多样性。那第二个问题想要问到的就是，因为今天你们5个人残局都打得特别的不错，所以说很好奇啊，想问一下，你觉得对你而言残局的关键因素有哪些？
手要稳，心莫慌，先瞄准再开枪。
这确实是一句真言了，我相信大家一定都记得。那包括其实今天
What is the
你
league
们的道具
looking
配
like
合
at the
也做
moment
得
now?
非常好。你觉得在起点赛
All
之
of
后，你
Grupo
们 T 在
Alpha's
哪些
done?
方面会有比较大的进步呢？
我觉得是心态和经验上面吧。我觉得就这些。
Definitely like
就这些。
maybe not what you'd
那你觉得
expect
之
to
后有没有一
see
些更需要精进的方面？
from Group Omega, or it should be just be Group Red.
3打5的时候，我们需要一种爆发力，然后
Like all of the teams with red branding are in the Omega group.
3打2要稳定，
Hey, Potato.
稳住这个局面，稳住这个残局。
路漫漫其修远兮，吾将上下而求索。我
Well, we
们
see
也非
FPX
常
playing
期
up
待
against
着
Wolves
能够
next,
在这一路上陪伴着你们一起
which
成长。那其实聊回
they
峰
should
峰
all be
自己
working
嘛，因为今
fine.
天那
This
个5杀
I
5，
think
相
is a
信
little
大
bit
家一定
outdated.
都记得吧？你能不能
Feng
深
has
入
not played
解
Jet
析一下当时
professionally,
自
so
己
I'm
是
not
怎么做
sure
到的？
if it's in his repertoire, but he did play Cypher for them during
我觉得和我
kickoff.
的，其实我都不知道我自己5杀了，我觉得和我的赛季缺也有关系。
Yeah, I remember Feng doing that. I think it was against Tech, wasn't it, that he got like a 40 bomb and still lost.
非常，因为我觉得峰峰真的是一个对待比赛非常认真的选手。那最后一个问题
So
是
what
来
are
自
the
欧
likely
文
maps
爱
to
影
be?
精灵带来的粉丝提问。其实我想先问一问在座的粉丝，大家觉得能够代表峰峰的是哪个英雄？
If they got choice, they'll
雷
be
兹。那峰峰觉得用一个词来形容自己的雷兹会用哪个词？
Wolves. What did Wolves do last is the question.
熟练
Again,
度
I
高，
should
自己
probably
觉得
just
自己的雷兹能够打多少分
？100分啊，我很自信的。
I'll
可
put it
以，
here.
我也觉得所有的粉丝都会给你打100分，甚至超过100分。那今天的赛后采访到这里就结束了，精彩比赛马上
No,
回
it was
来。
Breeze, it was Breeze. Because I think he plays Raze on Sunset, right? That'll be the Raze map. So, stage 1. I just want to quickly check what Wolves banned out. They banned out Sunset, picked Bind. I mean, the ban was... No, they didn't. That's not true. Oh, they did pick lines. I thought they picked split. Oh no, it's... I don't know if I trust that. Thinking about it. I just typed it in from VLR, but that might be wrong. Wolves, first ban. Sorry, what did they ban again? Also, this is wrong. Why is this not showing up with everything else? I guess because I didn't do it? No, it's there. It's just not being added. They banned Ascent. No, it's on there. Wait, that's tech. Ban Sunset. Did they ban Sunset on here? Yeah. One of these is not showing up though.
Hello， 大家好，我是麦麦。今天是本周的最后一个比赛日，将进行2场丢三。首场是 TE 对阵 Nova， 第2场是 FunPlus 对阵狼队。现场的火药味已经非常重，让我们来听听粉丝们有什么想说的吧。
Locking 加油！希望你能今天在新的队伍里打出风采，别让大家小瞧你。TE 加油！克里斯加油！快从 YU 的手里把夜路抢回来，看看谁才是真正的夜路 King。狼队加油！ 来福哥闭关这么长时间了，希望今天晚上可以看到你修炼的成果。
速回初心，战至巅峰，希望 TE 今天的表现可以更好。
希望今天可以看到纷纷的炸弹妹狂轰滥炸，嗨翻全场。TE 加油！
Did they ban Sunset there? Did they ban Sunset? There should be 2 Sunset and it's not. What is the BJ144? There we go. Whoops, wrong one. So that's BK144. It's going to overlap with Pacific. Yeah, most days it will do, unfortunately. But a 6-minute break though. Whilst I'm doing this, though, I'll run out so people don't get them in the map. So yeah, bear with me. I don't know how I want to necessarily do this. Oh, I see what I've done. I put them in the wrong ones too. Yeah, so there's count ifs for that. I want to put this here. Do I want to clear all of these? Which might break everything. Just do it for this now. What do I want to do here? E18. F18, I think. Yeah. There we go. And then G18. Then I could just copy and paste these and it'll work. Very nice. Some of them are working. For Nova it isn't because Nova I haven't played. I haven't put that in yet. Demotrace. Tex works. Tyloo's works. Wolves works. Oh. You got a time on screen too, so you can see when we go back in. I should probably jump in and sort out stuff too. Give it a moment. Glove isn't available yet, right? No. Would have been next week, but it might be delayed because they're fixing a bug with them. So I'm not really sure what the plan is generally. So that is BN. So that's all right. So this should be right again. Oh, and this is... So this should be different too. I'll just clear it. Or this will take 1 2. I don't know why I'm leaving that. The gun thingy, I think. Yeah, I think so. I'm not necessarily too sure. Right, now everything works as it should do. And like FPX, we don't need to worry about too much because we've not seen him play yet. So Wolves... no, this still doesn't work. Should be 2. Why is that not updated then? Maybe I'll fix it. Sorry, I didn't know that that was broken. They banned that sunset there. Against FPX, probably do the same, I imagine. So sunset, what was FPX banning? I mean, they sort of moved around. Split could be a good argument considering that Wolves looked good on it yesterday. So not yesterday, the day before. Wolves, what would you pick then? Would you go Icebox? You go Ascent? I mean, maybe you ban this out. Like, if it's split, it'll be Ascent picked. Like, these will be like either or cases, I think. For FPX, Breeze, I suppose. You could go Icebox too. See what exactly Wolves are cooking up. Second bans, maybe like Bind. Actually, no, what am I thinking? Like, they're going to go for Lotus. They love Lotus. So then what would Wolves try to get rid of? Don't really know, actually. They're sort of happy to play everything else. Bind, Split, Sem. So what have we got left? Bind, Icebox, and Breeze. I imagine Breeze then. And then Bind, the Icebox to finish on potentially. Joining the call with TMV if they're live and they're ready. I don't see them online. So yeah, I don't think that that's like happening. At least it's not happening like right this second. But I am going to deafen real quick. And I'll just beat the stream. Just because I need to sort out casting stuff. I just need to hop into Discord and stuff like that. Make sure that all of the audio levels are good. Also, my audio levels are quiet again. I wonder why. Is this stuff just not saving? I mean, that should be a lot better. Oh, I'm clipping. Oops. Test, 1 2. Feels like these settings aren't saving. Oh, for some reason I'm just getting quieter and quieter. Oh, yeah, it isn't saving. Test, 1 2. So that should be a lot better now, audio levels wise. Yeah, I'm gonna be right back real quick.
个比较糟糕的情况，因为他们在上来的首秀第一场比赛面对 TEC， 他们是并没有能够获得比赛的胜利，他们是被对手完成了一个让1追2。那接下来对于狼队来说，他们需要一些调整，因为他们这个是他们唯一一支1周双赛的一个队伍，所以对于他们而言，现在确实需要一些时间去调整新战术。而对 FPS 来说，他们是以1代劳的一方，他们其实首秀他们在第一场比赛在。观察
I also just realized I couldn't join TMV on a call.
进行做一些针对性的布置。那我们也可以看一下来自粉丝的一个留言情况。看一下这边是有个粉丝说 FPS 第一赛段敢不敢给我来个5连胜看看实力啊？这个感觉就是属于粉丝们的期望了。
对。
Two bangers in 2 different regions at the same time.
作为在联赛的一个阶段当中，
watched the game in Pacific at the
实力还是比较稳定的，而且可以说是比较出色的。那今天对阵到对手狼队，其实狼队最终上次是1比2输给了对手嘛。其实从整体的一个比分来看，小分并没有差距那么大，所以我觉得今天两边的一个交战，我觉得也会是一个非常激烈的对决。
是，而且对于狼队来说，其实他们确实非常急需要一场首胜，因为不管是 kick off 阶段还是来到第一赛段，其实他们好几次比赛都感觉是有点差一口气的这种感觉在里面，就是总能够跟对手打得有来有回，但是来到关键时刻的一些节奏点，他们没有办法能够很好把握住机会，然后拿下比赛的胜利。我觉得这个可能对他们来说确实是非常可惜的，需要去改变。而对于 FPS 来说，其实他们的目标就是保2争一，他们保2的目标是已经达到了，但他们想争1没有能够完成这个任务，并且去到世界赛，他们想要去拿到世界赛的首胜，同样的也是。
Just having a rough time, but I mean, playing main initiator for a new team is a challenge.
多多少少有些影响。
Well, at least EA went positive.
短暂的调整之后，
Good first kills, first deaths.
来去面对这一次的比赛。
对，我觉得上一次的话，
One on this map.
的一个历程 ，FunPlus 这支队伍它慢热的情况其实是依然存在的。我觉得这也是他们需要去调整的一个非常关键的一个点位。
Yeah, I mean, like, at least Ye's got some of the pressure off his back.
了解一下两边队伍的一个情况，看一下，先是来到
Is there really a chance for Wolves?
阿阳、刘一手、
a slim one, I'd say.
以及在替补席新到的一名成员子轩，以及他们的教练 Nathan D。
是的，子轩这名
It's more like
可能大家会
how FPX are
比较
feeling.
陌生一点，那其实也算是
Just how they come into this series after like playing Madrid and stuff like that, and if there's any like adjustments that they need to make. That's the only thing that I could see like really going wrong for them.
Like
I'm hot on like this what Wolves can like actually do like as a team. Like the pieces that they have is really good. The issue, however, is just the time. Like it's a brand new team. No two players are from the same core. There's nothing like that. Every player has come from somewhere different individually, and it means that basically they have to put all of this work in to build up the map pool.
未来的比赛当中会是什么样的效果？只是试一下，不是为自己，对，你懂吗？
可以把100%的时间留给比赛，留给赛场嘛？那其实也是刚从马德里回来啊，然后刚参加了一次大型的国际赛事，大家都很好奇，以战术队闻名的 FunPlus 有没有给我们带来一些比较意想不到的惊喜呢？
有，我们有很多改变，在很多地图上的战术和阵容，还有位置上可能都会有改变，所以说大家可以期待一下。
悬念拉满了。那最后一个问题想要问到的就是，今天面对到的对手是狼队。
Imagine if Team B comes online, it'll be yeah, he's online now.
今天有没有信心？
Oh, is he watching? Which is he watching?
我觉得狼队之所以面对谁的无
Oh, he's watching both together.
对手可能都有各种原因的状态不好导致的。然后我觉得我们今天很有信心能够直接2比0带走狼队。对。
好的，那比赛加油！
加油！
好的，感谢麦麦对于 Life 的一个采访。那我们可以看一下他们的对手。
How BM do I want to be? I've got an idea.
YU Spring、克里斯、阿鲁巴，然后2名替补，还有他们的主教练 Nate。其实对于狼队来说，就像刚才说的，他们跟谁都能够去做到一个军事对抗啊，也是希望他们今天能够调整好状态。那我们在赛前看一下他们的采访。
Okay, we've got to watch
Hello,
that.
大家好，阿鲁巴，咱们来接受一下。
Maybe I'll watch it before the Americas games today, or like in the breaks of the Americas game. I'll watch it. I'll watch it.
30多个击杀嘛，所以大家都非常
I'm in a broadcast Discord, so I might not be able to call. Well, Ryan, I'm gonna be in and out of the Wolves game.
跟平时一样，所以今天也有
I knew he'd say that.
It might be a bit weird anyway.
就是运气好嘛，看今天运气好不好。
不能这样说，是靠实力拿下。那今天有没有可能更上一筹，拿40多
It's very specific, so yes, I will.
继续努力。
继续努力，那我们也是非常相信你们的。其实第二个问题非常好奇的就是，来到了第一赛段，我们能够发现现在队伍的差距真的是越来越小了。你有发现吗？
Well, yeah, I'd say there's a chance for Wolves. I'd say there's a strong chance for Wolves. It's, like I said before, how warmed up FPX are feeling. How crazy. It's like how much they've learned from Madrid that they're willing to take back. Because I think out of all of the teams in China, Wolves is the most like international in the way that they play. Like very EMEA-esque, very defaulty. A couple of cute ideas and stuff, but because it's Plexus and IGL, like the calling and stuff is like great.
数据来进一步的了解两支队伍目前的情况。其实在狼队有两个数据是非常亮眼的，一个是首项局胜率，还有一个是防守方胜率，其实都是高达60%。而在另外一边，其实 FPS 有两个数据，一个是进攻方的胜率和手枪局的胜率也是名列前茅。
Well, as a woman, I mean, sorry, I don't mind giving people. I don't mind giving people like the benefit of the doubt when it comes to pronouns and shit like that. But if you're coming in to make a statement, like it's not welcome here.
来说，他们现在必须要解决的一个问题就是他们的单箭头选手，就是我们现在目前给到的关键选手 Spring 的这个点的一个状态了。因为其实 Spring 在昨天的比赛里面，就在第一场的比赛里面，其实发挥的相对来说，是不尽如人意的。
Also, if you're like looking to debate the topic or open yourself up to that argument, that side of it, like Tom, you're not gonna get much out of me, I think, because I'm not in a position to like talk about it. Because I'm not a non-binary person, right? I gotta explain to you why it's important for somebody for non-binary to like identify that way, you know? But I respect people being able to make that choice for themselves, and people shouldn't be ostracized for something so like innocuous, really.
对，我觉得 Oden 他进步算是一个比较快的选手了，在大师赛
Somebody wants to
上面是
be
表现出了他比较亮眼的一些操作。
identified as they them instead of he her,
他的
like
枪法是比
he
较硬的，
him
确实
she
在大师
her.
赛能够看出来他是一个大
That's
赛
fine.
学的一个选手。
Makes me trip over my words a little bit more, but if it's, you know, it's clearly important to these people to like, make that choice. I respect
因为
that.
对于整支狼队来说，他的位置是一个非常关键的点位，他是需要
Yeah, I got no time with people just coming in and just trying to like
队伍的这个资源利用率到底高不高？
come out with a
那我们可以看一下来自于地
a
图
strong statement as a change my mind.
是的，一目了然啊。
对，一目了然。而且起点赛上面其实方普拉
There's
斯
nothing that I can
和
say that'll
这
convince you
两张
differently.
图胜率是非常高的，而在后面不管是亚海神城、微风岛屿这两张地图也是有一定的竞争力。那相对来说，可能员工重镇和霓虹町还没有拿到属于他们自己
The
的。
problem that I have though
而且他们打的场
is
次其实主选的一个场
I
次
don't
是比较
like when
少
people
的，
come
就
in
这样例
with
如
like
可
maybe
能不在
ignorant
他们
takes
的
and then
实
they
施
just
范围
shut
内。
like
那我们
hold
来
their
看一
assholes
下
like
对手狼队
I
的一
want
个
to
图示
convince you
情况。
that like why it's important for people to be able to identify as non-binary.
对，
来到一个2-0的数据。
Maybe genuinely like
地图上面相对来说
interested to learn more and see why, then definitely probably a lot of good debates and arguments on the internet with non-binary people explaining it. Like if you want to like find out more and educate yourself,
困境就是他们拿到雷兹图之后反而胜率没有那么高，主要原因感觉是 Spring 这个点
happy to like
确实
aid
在
you in
拿到
that.
杰峰和雷兹。
But I think when you come in with a statement just like that, you're just
不
looking
管
for a
是之
fight.
前像在 Kickoff 面对 EDG， 在微风岛屿拿到一些关键性的击杀、关键性的 Ace 5杀，还有一些数据层面，其实相比于他在其他的一些地图里面拿到雷兹的一些
Spring looks so weak on
数据
Raze.
是要好很
I'm
多。
trying to pick at the maps that
其实我觉得从今天
Wolves
他
have
们
done well
的一
on.
个图示上面来看的话，
It
像
has
海神
mostly
城
been
就是比
playing
较擅
Spring
长
playing
像
Jet.
杰峰的一些发挥。那 Spring 拿到
But I think that's also the problem for Wolves as a whole is just agent pool isn't quite as in depth as it maybe should
上
be.
面我觉得两支队伍都已经有一些
Spring
比较
Phoenix Clears.
明确的点了，而可能对于 FPS 来说，他们不需要担心那么多的原因，是因为 FPS 因为他们是非常喜欢去钻研这种阵容深度的，所以其实每个
I'm not that
选手
fan
他
of
们有一个
Phoenix.
最基础的要求，就是你的英雄池
Back in
一定
the
要
end
是
days.
我们可以拿一个
I mean, I'm definitely
就拿
ignorant to
欧文
that
来举例
just
子，
because
他在
I haven't
大师
watched
赛
that
期
far
间一
back.
共是打了4张地图，然后拿到了4个不同的决斗英雄，不管是杰峰。
It would be nice at some point to go and watch back like the old kind of VODs that are still up from like Champions qualifiers and like previous stages.
是，我觉得整体方 Plus 他们所有的选手英雄池都比较深，像 Life 还有阿阳，其实都是能够玩到非常多的一些位置。那对面的狼队的话，其实克里斯的他的英雄池也蛮深的。
对，
他不仅是斯凯和黑红梦，他都是可以去玩的。
是的，那现场也
Does
是。
FPX take this? I can show you my pick'ems. I haven't done my pick'ems for week 1, which I probably should have done. We're going into it, so my pick'ems. And only have got one wrong this week if I'm wrong about this. And I'm happy to be wrong on this. I guess it's something like, oh, this really sets up this series really nicely too. Because it feels like if Wolves lose to All Gamers, it's done. Like, playoffs is done. Week 2 of the stage, and Shanghai dreams are out of dusted.
Wolves Esports.
I started when Kung Kung vs Meteor and EDG first time qualifies for a major.
Coldfish.
Started what, like rewatching the VODs back, or like started like doing Preds?
Why you?
I started when Kung Kung vs Meteor and EDG first time qualifies for a major. Oh, right. As in, like, so what, like, Champions Istanbul was the first event you watched? 'Cause that's the first event that EDG qualified for, right?
Please.
And it would make sense why they played Meteor, because it was an East Asian qualifier, not necessarily a China one. Right. That was the last proper event I worked. And it was a really fun event, but it was a really stressful event too, for multiple reasons. But I was like happy with what I did work-wise. I think throughout that whole year as well, I was just, I worked at Champions. I did Istanbul. So I worked the first major event that EDG were at. And that was the last like major event I worked. For VCT at least. I'm not counting a couple of weeks I've done for EMEA, because that's like I did 2 weeks of regular season and then 3 days of playoffs.
Fun plus Phoenix. Young.
My god, Ayang is just jacked. He's even walking like Ronaldo. Doing the whole Sue. He's like strolling along like him too. You know how like Yampi is obsessed with Roger Federer? I feel like Ayang is obsessed with Ronaldo. You have a spiritual connection to EDG? Like, also the first ever casting that I properly did, like getting sort of paid for, was Chinese Overwatch. Where I used to cast with I Hold Shift.
Auto.
And if there was no rules about region lock-in, I'd absolutely love to cast with him more. Because I think we did a really good job doing VCT, but he was kind of casting with Avril already. No, I don't want to, like, be a homewrecker. Lysol is jacked. I mean, he has to be about all of the criticism. Every time that he's got, like, he's made a silly play, he's had to do a push-up, and now he's just jacked.
Yes, indeed.
Let me just message Pavlos real quick as well about something.
双方教练集拳比赛一触即发，欢迎大家来到无畏竞技场。这一场比赛也是第一周的收官之战，由狼队对阵到 FPS， 到底是凤凰冲天、吸血小鱼还是乐声狼啸卷土重来？让我们一键分晓。
是的，这一场比赛对于双方来说都非常的重要。
There's a winner blankie on stage, iconic.
狼队的一个期待还是非常高的。尽管是上一场失利于对手，但是这一场他们想要去证明自己的实力。
而对于 FPS 来说，他们心里也是憋着一股劲。其实就像刚才说的 Kick Off， 他们确实
also does kind of feel like Lysol's playing for his life a little bit. They have the substitute in the wings looking to potentially replace him. Now Vito, not yet. It'll come up like 5 seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2,
对于他们而言，来到了全新的一个赛段里面，他们也是需要好好的去做调整，去面对后续的比赛。而对于狼队而言，他们也是希望拿到自己的手上，他们非常渴望通过一场胜利来揭开这一次的序章。而狼队现在需要的是他们要好好的调整心态。第一场面对 TEC 的失利，并不要影响到选手的心态。
是的。 马上来到我们的 BP 环节。首先，狼队是
Was banning sunsets, what they did in the first series as well. FPX, would they continue to ban split? I mean, they had the choice here, like either split or ascent. The Wolves now should probably go ascent. Yeah. Seems like one of the maps that they cooked on the most. FPX are like, all right, we'll just go back to our Lotus. Surely. Like Lotus was their home ground. That's where they go. Wolves, so what does this leave you? Like Icebox, Breeze, and Bind. Probably want to take out Breeze, I think. Yeah, good shout. An FPX, Bind, or Icebox? Probably Bind. I was going to say Icebox, actually. Because you haven't seen what Wolves are cooking up on Icebox. My friends hate Lotus, but I like it a lot. Yeah, I understand why people don't like it. Like, Ascent is the same too, where it's just the way that it's played is so like drilled in. It means that it's just very difficult, I suppose, to do anything unique.
Spring 其实我觉得非常值得一提的是，阿鲁巴在第一场比赛面对 TEC 那场比赛里面，他的发挥是非常夸张的。是的，特别是后2张地图，我们可以看一下两边的阵容选择。FPX 依旧是拿到了之前的 Kick-Off 上面的那一套阵容，双烟，然后 Life 拿到了夜路、刘一手的奇勒尔和阿阳的黑梦，而狼队是拿到了常规体系的一套阵容。少尉的位置是从奇勒置换到了。
I mean, this could find so much value though against this.
其实我觉得这样
Solo Duelist. What was it that FPX were running before?
被研究的差不多了。我们赛前都有调侃到，这张地图其实都是每一名选手和队伍都是比较擅长的一张地图了。
So they've gone more like normal. I say more normal. They've gone one duelist with a Urine and a Viper.
没有移除过，所以这张地图是最老的一张地图了。
Let's go like my baby. Yeah, I need as many translations as I can get. I had like Sue talking about it yesterday as well, of just like when she wanted to be a bit more like fluent with Mandarin, like she just surrounded herself with like TV shows and stuff, which probably is the way to go.
像现在他们也拿到了一个双烟，然后带夜路的一个体系。那对于 FPS 来说，其实他们在这个上半场
Maybe I just like watch all of the broadcasts from other regions as well in Chinese.
亚全程。 其实我觉得
just to like keep learning the Mandarin.
夜路的一套体系的话，可能在防守方要尽可能的去
just hope that my brain like takes it in.
是双烟，特别是蝰蛇这个点，
对
防守属性还是非常强的。
Chinese songs.
进入到比赛，地图将会来到亚海玄城进攻方是狼队，防守方是防 Plus。
看进攻方的一个落位啊，这
Hi ho Wolverhampton time.
队要稍微的去控
Wolves versus FPX.
中远和中路的一些位置。
And the Guts of Wolves pick of Ascent first, so they're attacking. FPX running something very unique in comparison to what we're used to seeing. Like Euro solo duelist instead of double duelist like before. They still have the fade, but automatically moving over from the Jet to a Viper and Lysol over on Killjoy instead of Cypher.
边的话，一边要面对蝰蛇，一边要面对奇勒，
是
防守属性都比较强的英雄，所以他们打中路是一个非常好的选择。但第一波同时过来的一些技能啊，导致到进攻方第一波是有点无功而返的感觉。
是的。 其实两边
shook that in that corner. Does a lot of damage to life, but he was playing top mid.
随时提防这个小道，随时可能出来补枪的位置。
感觉狼队他们如果
Credentials is that I'm Chinese and currently learning Japanese, and you're speaking good English here too, yeah. So
阿阳先抓一个把 Spring 给收掉了。
Ayan gets a kill, runs away, waits for this corner, but Plix has properly cleared it, which is nice.
两边在做置换。 而且 A 小进攻方是拿了下来，甚至他们可以去夹击
And just spraying because he gets hit by the knife. Lysol, that's a good peek. It's a risky one because he's only 17 HP. But if he dies, there's maybe a chance for Berlin to actually go and peek this. The fact that Berlin hasn't sent it at this point is really surprising. One of the more like aggressive IGLs that we've seen in the world at this point. Him and Angel are just cut from the same cloth. Alright, Life's in a good spot. His teammates are just instantly there to help as well. Really good pistol from FPX. Like you lose a player here, instantly Lysol goes for Pete to get more information. That could backfire. But at least he had some support from Berlin that was top.
Still
eating my breakfast from earlier.
而且第一波没有攻进去之后，他们在拱门这个位置，他们其实需要去照看的点很多，
太多了。
他们要担心市场，要担心 B 点有可能进行的防守前压，
是。
他们也要留意 A 小，恰恰他们没有注意到 A 小。
Yeah, FPX are just going to do everything differently. I almost respect it at this point. That they're just so Whatever you think we should play, we're gonna do the opposite.
这的话，奥特是想要强行去占一下 A 大。
Like they have 2 meta agents here.
有脚步声，然后听到吸球了，那也就意味着其实 AY 是一个相对来说比较偏向大部队的一个位置。
But I do like this as like a combo, like these free agents.
拿一下地图上的资源，也不是不行。
YU 在 B 点的单摸应该是被抽了一枪啊，很残，来到35的血量。
But even like Wolves have to do something a little bit different.
现在。
And that's why you on the Cypher.
如果要来到 B 点的话，其实前点位的少界炮台将会。
But also the Cypher could get so much value because there's no KO on this defense either.
有人在直架一个过点，虽然手里是一把数位，可能容错率会比较低，看能不能
I feel like so much of the way that Wolves play Cypher makes me feel like they're trying to get YU comfortable on deadlock.
血量有点低。 两个人相对来说可以考虑求稳一点。
Because on Icebox, Wolves are running YU and Spring, I think.
的话要等一下，这一分手里的技能并不是很多，在等对手
去打一个防
守前压。但是方布拉斯是比较稳定的，这一分我枪好尽可能。
But they were running Killjoy and Cypher, and the Cypher was doing like I was talking about it on the other game. Like you put the sound thing, like you plant on B on attack. You put the sound sensors on places like this, just help against the really like strong retake. That's where they were doing like Cypher trips. Okay, they just have a camera behind, they're on a lower buy. 10 seconds. You got the Omen on site that's going to stall this out. And also it's nice from Berlin because he can play in these aggressive positions, but he only has a ghost. So him losing a gun there isn't a big of a deal. Like you even see like Life is like, oh, I'll go grab your gun, it's like, I just have a ghost. It's like, alright, never mind then. In time for the Wolves game, yeah, just in time. I have about an hour before I need to dip. Because I'm casting Polaris. But in all honesty, series might be done by then.
主要这一分可能对狼队来说，他的思路就是我。
And at least for this one, I can like just host
能够感觉到每个点位其实
TMV
打的都非常
just host Chris.
而且方布拉斯在防守方，他这个补防速度是比较快的。来到关键局的一分，因为是狼队的长枪局。
对。
2-3的分站还是比较保守的，爆能器放在了一个家里的位置。前期的话还是要去探一下方 plus 所站的一些位置，因为这一分的话其实是知道方 plus 有短。
I think it's also because of today, like we've just been watching Lotus in Ascent, and my brain is just a bit like just staring at the map, being like, "Yep, this is Ascent."
对狼队而言，他们一直想要去抓一个有可能防守前压的人。
是。
但是方 plus 这边感觉他们的防守是非常稳，他们避点就不动。
Good bonus wall though.
方 plus 在中位其实
putting this wall up, you're able to like get closer. You smug this off, fight for mid with close quarters guns. Prowler, it does get onto the jet.
好像有反馈。
有。
Even like the turret here is like, so it's like the turret spot stuff, the wall can go up.
如果说狼队要去打 B 的话。
Oh, the turret goes off, the Euro can peek, and then if the Euro gets cleared, he can just TP out. Although he won't have that TP for much longer. FPX have enough to break Cypher trips, yeah. And I mean, if I'm FPX, I'm expecting this comp still.
这个口子到底要怎么趟呢？能不能先扫一下地，把地上的技能都清一清？ 如果不清强行往里面走的话，
I think America's definitely is trying some different stuff. EMEA, I'm pretty sure we saw like Phoenix and stuff.
安全的，而且刘一手想抓 timing 出，但直接被 YU 给接了。
JDG yesterday played like meta on this map with EDG.
对于狼队来说是可以成功进到
A nice head-to-head.
是的。第二时间
Could run Molly's Bray Cypher trips. Yeah, I guess they were meaning more like choked out, so KO knives. Prowlers are also kind of good against trips too.
中路也有人。背身的话也放。
And also the Euro clone. Like you haven't got anything to break it, but you do have a lot of stuff to activate them, so you can get in behind and break them.
他是等于一个白板，阿阳倒了，阿阳倒了之后没有鬼眼，没有办法探信息了。
Yeah, really good post punch.
其实是相对来说不太明确的。
That's one of the things about Wolves this game that was quite good from like kickoff 2.
是。
Like I was talking about the utility they had for like post plants, that's like the same here.
第二时间从中路
The one thing that's been letting Wolves down has been retakes, I'm pretty sure.
我觉得这一份的话，狼队他打相对于
especially against Tech, just if the plant got put down on the C site of Lotus, when you've got Wolves defending, it fell apart a lot.
是。 而且第一波感觉方 plus 在正面的接架好像协同上面出了一点小。
I'm also trying to be more like conscious of.
他有点想配合队伍。
I think when I'm like watching games and I'm like analyzing them, I tend to talk very just. I don't mind talking monotone because I'm just talking very analytically.
就那个点位其实 live 是给了个闪的，
Like
但
I'm
闪
like
其实有点。
Killjoy turret there, alarm bot there.
没有做的很紧密。
就感觉全
I'm
都
trying to pay more attention to not only like increasing the way that I talk, but also like the pace that I talk to. Slow down a little bit when I feel like there's not much more to
发了
add.
一把辽犬。
看一下在前点位，对于 FPS 来说，还是需要去拿到前点位的信息，给挂了个单向烟，尽可能的去
Lotus is the next map, and then it is
重要点
Icebox.
位。
对，不想让狼队在前期的时候进攻方拿到太多的一些控制
So
权。
not the best veto in the
前期
world.
的话，其实狼队他是比较常规的这个阵容，这个站位。 这个站位基本上是前期2-3的一个分站，
是。
Breeze is the third map.
就等你方 plus 去防守前压，如果你不动，那我第二
Breeze was second banned by Wolves.
就要往前面稍微去摸一
Yeah,
摸
it's Icebox. It's the other
说他
bad
加的
map.
是市场，应该是探到了柏林的点位。雷击剑想清中路的自动哨兵，但好像没有能够清到啊。
I wasn't paying attention, but did they shocked at this because the KO knife hit the Euro?
是。 但是这个
Because it wasn't a shocked out really to break the alarm bot here.
这个 B 通夹一波 B 点，这个 B 通的单向岩第一时间解决不掉啊。
打闪想抓 timing。
Oh, the flash! There's so good utility. It's off the back of nobody. Life just does it all on its own.
打3的人数优势可以先求稳。那狼队感觉很尴尬，在开局直接倒了2个人。 这波进攻要怎么办？
That wasn't even off the alarm bot. He just got the perfect timing.
还有阿鲁巴的暗眼了，
是
这个暗眼能有收益吗？好像没有能够推到人。寻地剑照是照到了，但是你地神有点不太好进。
Hunter's Fury. There's 20 seconds left, Wolves.
收益甚微啊。
And you haven't even got one ping. The flash again is amazing from life.
可能多接一个，已经3杀了，没有子弹了。
Spring gets 2, but he's in the 1 versus 3 and still needs to plant the spike. That time, Aang's flanked all the way around. Yeah, I want to see this like flash again. Like the first one from life, what is he bouncing it
完全
off?
去依赖中路自动哨兵给自己去提供信息啊，而是自己大概掐了个表，然后去抓了对手的一波 timing。
是的，很可惜啊，这一波。其实我觉得狼队这一波进攻 ，Spring 虽然说在这个中路的市场是打掉了3个，但是后续他的血量太残了。
I do kind of think they're like playing. I said this with the way the Wolves were playing binds, like having the Euro and the Fade and the Omen with all these like TP plays, cut noise, all that kind of crap.
所以他们这一分依旧
I'm not that much of a fan of like Euro and Fade together because I feel it's like you're setting up to do the Nightfall play and using the Euro off the back of it, which just feels a bit too
其实方 plus 他们在
gimmicky
防守方
maybe.
那个打法 ，A 大是不怎么压的。
But I think with the like
迟迟都没有抓到过方 plus
this
前压的
plus
一
the
些信息
Viper, I think
这个狼队的
I
前
like
期
a lot
慢摸，
more.
他们必须要去给自己建立优势。
No replay? Yeah, apparently not. We're gonna have to go find it again. What was it, round 4?
是不利的，因为时间是永远不会站在进攻方这边，除非你
FBX perfect start, you pick up the pistol, you lose the bonus, you win the round afterwards. There's still a buy here, however, for Wolves, but
因为方 plus 不给动
could
静，
very easily become 5-1 if they're not careful.
Life 这个夜路打的也比较保守啊，都是站在一个后置
These
点
flashes are just catching
的一些
Wolves.
位置。
You could just tell how like shocked they were with that being hit.
这个位置，但正面看一
Aang's
下
just a little bit off.
血量已经有点残了。
The Euro clone again in a perfect position. Yu's done well to get 2, and Autumn now trading off of it as well.
他是有人的，但 Autumn 自己的位置是比较敏感的。阿鲁巴直接冲进来是收掉了 Autumn， 建立人数上的优势。柏林拍马赶到，
I wonder if they're going to be running like Autumn on like this role and having Lysol be on Sentinel more often.
是的，二楼下的话是埋了个钉子，阿鲁巴。
Because that's what we assumed was going to happen.
哦，这个穿点，
精准的穿点收掉了刘一手，1打3，压力给到柏林。
柏林很难啊，这个双架的枪线加上铁枪都有人，想要操作一下假踢，先骗一下位置。
骗到一个，知道一个人的点位。2楼下他也猜到有人，传了
He's
一
very
下，
close.
真传下去。
And Spring's just waiting for
主
him.
要这个烟的意图很明显。
是的。
Nice round from YU. 2 big kills to get
找
here.
一下输出的位置，但是你要知道2楼下是2个人的，找一个人禁烟就可以
And
了。
I admire as well that like Wolves just not really like afraid to keep going. They weren't thrown off by the fact that the Euro was here.
首先 A 小这个暗眼推过来，先把人给逼
Did
走，
that
然后
flash
让
just not
A 小的
hit?
队友能够来到数位这个
These are player POVs, right?
那其实这个位置对于进攻方来说，他只要能站下来，点内的
Sorry, I'm just very confused as to why.
打得很慢的过程中，其实他们这份是有收获的。首先
Oh, because it's so far in this corner. It literally, the cone of it just didn't hit. Why you get so lucky
过
here?
程中其实他们这份是有收。
Look at this. OK。
他们的一个比较擅长的，或者是比较常使用的一些战术吧，就是在他们存前分的情况下，他们会考虑做防守前压，但是阿鲁巴是有预警的，他这个高点位的直架直接把欧腾打掉，而且 Life 的血量也很低。
Oh, don't stay here too long, Aluba. I know you've almost killed Life, but they know that you're there. At least you have support, yeah, and you've just hopped down. Good call.
已经可以提速打 A 了 ，A 大压出来2个。
Aluba only takes like a leg shot.
那知道 A 大是完全空了的
Worth of
状态。
damage, really not that much.
A 点感觉应该清楚了 ，A 点出来3个全完了。
Yeah, this is really clean for
有一
Wolves.
手也没了，柏林最后剩11滴血。 能
Confident stuff, which is nice.
感觉就算成功，
是很难，还有人在断，这个位置一漏就没。
OK，YU 也是很了解柏林啊，
是
收掉了对手。其实这一分，我觉得对于 FPS 来说，意图有点过于明显了。主要是这个独木拉出来之后，你就感觉 A 大就要防守前压了。
是的。
所以你看到阿鲁巴站的这个位置。 经典的点位就是我要把我的优势发挥到最大，我站高点位，然后远距离对枪，我是把狂徒我开镜慢慢点。
是阿鲁巴这个位置，其实前几回合一直站在这儿的啊，前几分都没有看到人，这一分就爽收。
对，
因为这一分的话，其实方 plus 没什么钱的，总要去尝试一下非常规。
Antique should I say?
FPS 把我要前压这几个字写在了脸上。
Okie dokie.
3比3的比分，咬得非常的死。
手
里是有大招的，可以依靠这些大招去找人。但这个0点修弹效果还不错，遇到了2个人。
Like BBL. Like they do this on like an Antique though. Loads of noise, loads of pressure over towards A main. Meanwhile, the Jet dashes mid because it sounds like they're still in A main and they're able to just walk out from tree.
跑过来帮忙，两边是直接形成了一波互换，来到了一波2打2的残局。
It's a very Turkish strat.
其实到的时间是比较快，但是还好这个电门是第一时间关下了。这个残局的话还是要稍微等一下队友，因为留一手还在 A 小。
看一下，现在对于柏林来说已经没有暗眼可以用了。 感觉只能够拼身法、拼细节了。
对，还有一颗烟，可以阻盖一下 A 大的一个视野。
反观对于狼队来说 ，Cold Fish 手上还有一颗寻敌剑哦。
哦，给了一个铁箱的烟。
铁箱的烟先照右边，先清左。
非常细节。
2楼下他一直感觉有人。
Way too good from Wolves again. Like, even though it's a 2 versus 2, it feels like it's a 5 versus 2.
直架住。 4比3
Wolves just have so much like presence on the site. They're playing off of each other in like good like crossfire positions, all those kind of areas.
这个位置的话，虽然说第一时间 Life 在2楼是连收掉了对手好几个人，但是后续的补枪其实来
Yeah, they just can't find anything.
你是先掉人了，然后 Life 确实是把这个人数劣势给抹平回来，但是能够做到的事情感觉非常有限，因为后续其实 Spring 和 Cold Fish 他正面过来接架的能力是非常强。
是的。 其实这个回防的残局会非常难打，要清的点位太多了。
是。 而且明显感觉狼队好像是抓到了
bit of a rougher start though for Wolves.
经常去
like early on, but the bounce back.
去夹击电门这个位置，电门这个位置其实连续丢的
What round was it after even?
丢的几个长枪分里面，你能够感觉到 FPS 它这个位置损失。
Pretty much from that like YU2K where he was in shot and pushes out. Everything from then on out has just been all Wolves.
同时给压力的情况下，阿阳可以看到他那个位置是腹背受敌的，所以他顾前顾不了后，所以被打了一个背身。所以我觉得。 现在方 plus 需要解决的一个问题就是，如果说对手想要去夹 A 下的话，这个 A 大我们一定要把控制权拿下，就至少是要拿到一边的控制权。
对，
如果2边都放下的话，显得自己在包地里面非常被动，所以导致后续的一波夹击是没有办法站稳脚。
Was that like you mad, bro?
对于 FPS 来说，其实他们在 A 点会
They really got something on this map. Yeah, it's similar to what I guess we saw from Nova, right? Where
他们在 A 点给了这个独木。
I'm always worried when I see pro teams picking a center as a map because everybody can effectively play it. So you need to be amazing at it to make it work. But like Wolves have some really good like protocols to build around. Swirl and the rest of Nova did too. It's nice to see the teams that are picking a center in China like have an idea on how they want to play it.
狼队暂停完回来之后，他们的思路应该是想要去控中。
Thank you, no worries.
也是个存前分，打中路是一个不错的选择，但
Life 这个位置有点危险哦。
像后面的人在帮忙勾，但是正面 Life 已经倒了 ，Spring 接架能力很强，先收一个。
KO knife. Shows where Berlin is. They're on another eco. Wolves dealt with their last Antica really nicely. Not peeking out, taking too many fights, so everybody's just going to grope up for a B execute. Might use the K ultimate here too, which would be a waste maybe against an eco, but I don't hate using big ultimates against low buys, especially if it's like building up this.
慢摸往外出，这个单香烟反而被对面
Don't overcook this now though, Wolves.
还很谨慎
哦， 而且好像阿鲁巴也穿了一个，把奥腾给打掉。
是。
那几乎对于 FPS 来说，这一分已经很
Great position for White playing around his own like cage. Wow. Just the patience, they deal with it one at a time. They sort of know that FPX are going to get antsy with a lower by 2. I was a bit worried that FPX might try and, Wolves might try and reset and go A. But they just back up a little bit, get onto tighter angles, and just make sure that, like, flank cover is there. Like this kill, and then instantly having, I think, a Luba to watch the flank. Yeah, here. YU is on cage. Sees a glimpse of Berlin. Really smart Antico.
的话，双方的大招还是蛮多的。提前先展开回复给 A 大。
是。其实就等于用终极技能来守 A 大了。
对。
把这个 A 大先强行占住，然后
and Killjoy stuff over on A
去释放自己的技能。 中路给了一个少界炮台，是个过点位少界炮台，也就意味着拱门往后。
This is an interesting setup. I mean, you could also do it so you have the turret watching this.
过这个市场的过点，那势必会被探到信息。
是的。 但是这一份的话，狼队手里是有无效命令的，哪怕你包点有再多的技能，它都是可以没收掉的。
You got a nano swarm here, like they're sort of expecting like a KO.
包点，那你这个必须一定是打回防的。
Ultimate execute.
所以就要看你第一波。
Like having 3 people over here is good.
但回防的技能我们看一下，阿阳有叶灵，然后 Life 是有自己的终极技能神鬼不绝，可以去探信息。
是。 这个站位，阿阳和 Life 想要打一个
Well, what's the plan? You've got 3 people here, and you've just got 2 players ready to like spray, like waiting for the jet to dash in, I suppose. Good fights. I mean, this ult's gonna get 1 of them. It might get 2, not quite. Didn't even get a tag onto Lysol. Actually, Valenti beat into sight. Nice 2 kills from Aluba, and then just spraying through. Alright, actually good plan from FPX. I wondered why they were like, you might see players like stack on site against the K ultimate, right? Like just expecting it, just gonna fight for that like actual site control. But both these players just in positions where they want to actually get onto spring, so you can't close the door. And then everybody else is like happy to fight. Lysol's been playing really well this map too. Despite being 3 and 7, like I think some of the decisions that they are making are good. Literally, like the 2 kills that we saw there, and then the 1 in the pistol. That's all they've got.
上一分只交了1个大招，这一分方布拉斯手里的底牌还是比较多的，4个大招。小道大小布听见了。
And to be fair, Wolves have just been going A, and then you're playing retake. So like, what can you do? I saw his play. Yeah, he's playing for his job for sure. And now he's like on his main role instead of playing Viper or other stuff. Doesn't really have much to fall back on if it doesn't work. Because it feels like everybody else to an extent is like made their roles much more compact to help Lysol be on more comfort stuff. Because you have to be built differently to be good at Viper, I think. Oh, they flashed his teammates, so it gives Aluba a chance to trade life. Okay, knife is broken, so it doesn't get information on who's here and how many. But that's pulled all 4 of these defenders of FPX over towards the A side. Alarmbot's also been broken here. Nanoswarm's been used. They get Aluba, but they saw Aluba earlier. Don't like that from Plix. You're on your own. You've got 2 other teammates with you, but they're in different positions on the map. Now you've lost the spike, and it's almost impossible for either of them to pick it up. Like, you've got little time, but somebody either needs to group up with you, or you just need to sort of give some space for, like, YU to go for this lurt mid. FX did a really good job of, like, fighting for this, though, even if it kind of backfired a bit. Berlin gets a trade onto life and stuff, this area. But I think that, Wolves didn't really make an adjustment. Or like YU did, but with just so little time on the clock, it's hard. You just kind of have to go in. I guess losing spring in that entry though is tricky. And there's only so much that Cullfish can do behind this Viper wall as well. Maybe that's one of the things that this Viper's quite good at too. Like actually, it's hard to just go for like a straight A execute if you're wolves. So it means that there's going to be more fights coming in from tree. That you almost have to like A split. FPX know this, so the wall they're kind of happy to just sort of leave to do its thing, but they're actually going to fight and contest tree a lot more.
在 B 通，他在反绕，所以第一时间的话，可能 A 大的一个人员会比较不足，所以
Yeah, I also think that replacing Lysol with Zishuan would be a bit of a knee-jerk reaction.
认识的吧？肯定是认识的。
是的。
就一边支持一个队伍啊。
Like if it was in a position, this is cute. If it was in a position, I suppose, of you're bringing in another Sentinel/Viper player to be on the roster.
5比5的比分，其实对于狼队来说，
Depending on who the player was, I'd be more supportive of that. But I think just bringing in a sub that hasn't played for you in however long, if at all, I'm not familiar that much with Zishuan.
比较满的，但狼队他们在进攻方这个得分效率还是蛮高的。
是的。哦，有一把明狙。
Left 起到了一把狙。
看看这把明狙
Right,
在
so time out for Wolves,
先给一
they're
个毛
called.
点，给到 B 点。去小刀。
So he played for the old FPX
尝试一下。
team.
现在就要看 YU 了，会不会 pick 出来看一眼？
因为小道其实前几分狼队确实是比较喜欢来的，来了直接强行抓哇！
Oh man, I don't like Euro Weapon because the TP, the time it takes to get out of there is just not as good. Really should have been killed there, but 11 HP survives.
而且把狙交给了柏林。
Euro will actually going to push through.
暗眼直接推到了。
He's still got. Oh, he's given the op to. He's given the op to Berlin.
是的，后面还有个人在架枪，完全没有想到。
Kind of feel that was a bit of an overreaction.
防守方大致的一个站位已经找到了。
Now if Wolves are clever, which they are.
不太敢，阿鲁巴能够获取的信息有点少。
Maybe not. Oh, what the hell is going on? This round is mental. Yeah, only so much Lysol can do against 2 there, but let's Berlin just keep farming people with the op.
留给了阿鲁巴一个1v3的残局。
是的，这个爆能弃掉了，第一时间背
Aluba's also just used his ult too, so he can't TP over towards A.
他是作为一个兜底的存在，哪怕包点没打过，他也能去绕。
阿鲁巴现在对于他来说，在他的视野里面没有任何一个地方是安全的，哪里都有人。后面他搜是搜到了阿阳，但是正面对上没对过。
是。哇，这一波只能说胆子比较
I
大吧，
think that Wolves were gifted life just pushing in alone and dying in Unit 4 versus 4, but then just. I thought then that they were just gonna like try to like fake Omen TP with the ult on B site. But Coldfish has kind of been caught on his own.
被抽身体，然后没有人命中投入。
是，还好 Berlin 这把明狙。
Like the round previous where he's playing out of A main just on his own, and then that round he's pushing with the spike on his own.
拿到了这一分，而且你能够感觉到，不管是对手的暂停还是自己的暂停，他们在暂停完回来。
Like on Sov, you need to be doing stuff with other people, especially if you have the spike.
看到了，也听到了。
Him and Life and Autumn are actually combining really nicely here. Jesus, this is a stomp.
狼队在 A 外的3个人尽数倒地。
是的。 架了1万年的狼队这一分
Still, Wolves like 5 rounds on attack is more than fine going into the half.
沿着这个独木往前压，其实是一个非常好的一个软掩体，而且主要是 Spring 应该跳箱子的声音被听到了。看一下正面拼枪，阿鲁巴只能打1个，但是也就仅此而已了。YU 人是摸进 B 点了，但是没包。
爆能器能捡，但是 B 令已经来了。 好消息能捡，坏消息捡了走不掉。
是，看了一下也没有赛博囚笼，这个过点留一手是在直架的。
直架的，对。
哎，
他藏起来了。
藏起来了，在另外一边。
Oh my God! They picked one at a time. They've actually given YU a chance here. He's 30 HP. Life is the off.
是，手里还有个半线，至少能拿到一个方向位置的信息。
This is also YU playing up against his old team too. I just realized. Like YU used to be the duelist on FPX, and then he went to attacking Seoul, and now he's on Wolves.
他应该是可以直接往回传吗？选择换一把枪 ，OK。因为队友应该是爆了血量的，知道他是一个。
Was he gonna set his TP to the op? Was he that confident? Was Life that confident that he was going to win this clutch defuse in enough time that he could TP over towards A and pick up his op?
安置完爆能器45秒就会爆炸，现在目前这个时间很极限了。
哎，再给一个假的，再给一个假信息。
There's not that much time.
哦，看到了。我觉得最后没办法，对 YU 来说血量太少了。
他主要是
just loses in that final fight. Nice try though.
他只敢在包点里面静待。
对。 而且 Life 他2个不请自来，都在不停的去放出
There's
各
no
种
point
假
doing
的
the
一些
TP as
声
well
音和
because it's
消
the
息
end of the
来去
half.
蒙骗 YU， 然后对于 YU 来说，其实他心理压力还是蛮大的。首先我是个残血，然后其次就是我没有你具体的位置的一个信息哦。
是看到了。
这个对这个独木刚刚好有个很小的缝。
Even a snake bite in that little pocket did so much there for Autumn's like first kill.
这个中路。 感觉甚至有那么一瞬间，感觉
so much damage that Autumn did there was the major
奈何
part.
他的血量太低了。
是。
Because it was literally just a wallbang bit of damage to get the kill in the end.
会更加大胆一些，也不可能在。
I also admired that like why he was just on the angle facing aggressively. Like he wasn't afraid at all to just. I'm 30 HP. He's not going to expect I'm just going to be behind the box taking this fight.
但是还是有点
Like
少。
big dick energy right there.
蝰加双烟，然后蝰蛇，然后再加奇乐，其实这个确实感觉非常有限啊，这个分数拿的不够多。
看到夜路的一个跳舞的喷漆，
一起摇摆，可以。
我觉得这算是这个环节啊，算是伊人的狂欢啊！
啊，对，就像我这种 I 人，你别看我在解说台上面特别能叭叭，但我到线下感觉我还是很
Hit us with the dance cam. This is absolutely stuff that they need to do in other regions.
是。
作为 I 人，其实就感觉会有一点。
You literally just said what's that?
有点地狱了。
Oh, the Donald Duck shirt behind too.
好啊，那看一下。 来到这个中场休息快要结束了，现在对于狼队来说，他们要去思考一个问题，就是现在手枪局到底他们要怎么去打？因为对手其实我觉得 FPS 他们这套阵容虽然我们看到他们是一套比较防守强悍的一套阵容，但是要知道他们在进攻这种伤害性技能还是非常多的，他们这种清点能力是很强的，不管是纳米风群还是手扑出来之后，其实很多拐角位你是很难站的。是，但如果你把对面放进包点去安置完爆能器之后呢，对于 FPS 来说，他们手包的技能就会变得更多了。他们每个窄口他们可以去架枪，可以去给。 然后可以不停的去续，然后不停的去给自己去创造一个对枪的优势。那这个时候狼队要怎么办？
是。
所以我觉得对他们来说，可能要考虑要打得主动一点了。
看 Life 的击杀来到了15个击杀，非常的夸张。
同样的，其实 Spring 拿到解封之后，感觉他的击杀效率也变高了。
对，
来到了14个击杀。
I think most pros have like a higher sense.
但来的防守方其实
but more like resistance on their mouse maps. But I prefer having a low sense and less resistance.
看一下手枪局。
Like if I had some money spare, I'd definitely like be trying out like the glass pads and stuff.
其实第一时间的话 ，FunPlus 是有意稍微去
definitely like so like small resistance is nice for me.
小的一些位置。
2根半线给的 B， 但人站在 A 点，来自于 YU。
The Hean, which is faster than the Hayat 2, is too fast.
这个进攻要打在对手的一个重防，
而看一下技能给的很多，技能给的很多，正面收点，第一时间克里斯先吃到了茫多的技能，点内还有2个人。 现在对于点内的人来说怎么办？看一下，先打一个阿鲁巴已经被补掉了 ，YU 要面对个1v4，YU 在向后先藏住了，先收一个。
He's holding on for dear life. Oh, he's taking so much damage though. Gets one. Can't get another. So that's both pistols going away of FPX. Lyson, nice free K, nice push up mid.
楼下这个位置是必搜的位置，包括他身上的血量太少了。
这个就刚才我们中场也说过了嘛，就进攻方，
Huge
你看到 FPS， 你别说他的阵容是比较偏防守，但他们
I'm a bit worried now for Wolves if this keeps like starting to slip.
前点的2个人其实等于是什么事情都没干就直接倒了，
就基本上是没有还手的一个余地。
对，我要打的东西太多了，我要去背上，我要打暗兽，然后正面可能还会给我扑蛇纹，给我扑纳米蜂群，太多技能了。
对，而且可以看到 FunPlus 这个进攻方的这个技能
I mean, it pretty much is just life having a life game as per
而且他们的
usual.
协同性很高。
刘一手是直接起了一把狂徒，奥特也是。
I haven't seen a fade in a while. There's like teams like Pip-Rex have been running fade.
方式的话就得抱团打了，一定不能分开。
还是清前点，前点先拿到。 吸个球，而且对 FPS 来说，
like if you're doing Euro stuff, the fade makes sense. I think if you're doing Viper stuff, the fade makes sense.
空置的一个状态哦，就放了一个监控。
对。
是想要去打回防吗？但是对于狼队没有经济的情况下来说，打回防会是一个非常难的一个位置。
对，但他们只能赌了呀。
Overall, for Silver, it's just too good. Yeah, it depends sort of like what utility you're trying to play around too.
FunPlus 直接进来了，哎，发现没有人，也没有任何的技能。
You don't have as much freedom to get information as you would do with Silver, but like if you're like being proactive and like pushing stuff on defense, you could make up for that.
可以来到点内去安置爆能器。 Autumn 还在断，而且对于狼队来说，如果对面再逼点安包，那基本上这个残局已经很难
I
打。
think fade on a lot of
3
maps
把标
is
配1把正义，
4个人只能抱
you
团了，
could
看能不
start
能
to like
尝试
main
下
fade
下枪了。
and get a lot going for it.
0点收摊
Like I
加了
think
个
called
经典位。
split on bind
首
to
先
an
那个壁
extent
空，其实你
perhaps.
想要去过这
But
个
I
点
definitely
位
like
都非
split
常
and
的困
ascent.
难。
那只能盖烟嘛。
Sunset, Lotus, obviously.
摸出来。
对，你盖烟不
It's
代表
like
我不要
4 out of the 7 maps you can play
正
them.
面第一波已经出来了，而且 Life 在点内是直接成功完成了一波双杀，再接一个3杀。
Talon Fracture coming back, yeah, eventually, yeah.
这一分0换5的情况下，对于 FPRs 而言，他们的这个经济暂时
非常好，
对，已经非常好，他们血球已经滚起来了。
I think I prefer like Sky Breach as the initiators on Fracture, but that might be different now with the Sky nerfs.
这个我觉得就纯粹是把这个点堵错了嘛。
That's what we played on Fracture.
那来到第2分，
We tried Fade Breach for a bit, but it's a bit just too
大
finicky.
招都已经打出来了呀，赖夫。
是啊。
这一分还可以依靠这
Because
个
when you're
大招
playing
去
Breach
买
with
个
a comp
保
on
底拿
Fracture,
信
you
息
kind of there's only so much that you can do. Like your utility's really good, but only in certain like chokes and stuff.
感觉中路应该是要必控的。
And so having the Fade and Breach to do that together on Fracture, it just makes a lot of the setups a little bit too finicky, a little bit too forced. Where Sky Flashes, they're so like versatile as util, you can sort of use them anywhere.
Sprint 这个 timing 其实抓的蛮好的，就你第一波技能给完之后，第2时间
And EG goes over Breach when they won champs.
刚好加锅点收
Yeah, true, but I think
手里还有逐风可以全身而退，第一时间这个爆能器在 B6
I think
时
Fnatic were running Fade
这一
themselves.
分的话，其实我觉得 FunPlus 在前期获取信息之后，要考虑让刘一手把这个包带过来呀。
哎。
还是说要转点？但是我觉得强行打 A 点，我觉得可能会受
But I
到
think
比
Sky
较
Breach
多的一些重创。
对，有很多半线在
For
点
the,
内。
like you need more information for the breach because you don't get any information off their util.
半线怎么去
So like having the Sky Flashes there
下一个是谁呗？那就
was good
来找一
beforehand.
找人看一下。
没人，2楼下。
2楼下也清干净了，点内也没有，那可以让队友慢慢一点点往里面摸，把半线清一下。
EG went over for their Fracture. Yeah, but it's still very finicky. Like just because it works for EG doesn't mean that it's gonna work for everybody else.
听到声音也找到了，正面留一手 A 小，先断一个，把 Spring 给打掉。
Because if Fade Breach was finicky enough,
看一下2楼被扑了10
imagine what trying to incorporate the Sova would be like if you're not good at
有
it.
点死，不停的去续烟。
Depends how good you are on Sova too.
正面看一下 Y 先抓了一个，但是要强行往烟里面走。
Right, so this is FPX's bonus, and they brought it to a 2 versus 2. So no matter what, this is fantastic.
假身知道是假的。
They might even win it too because Life is 21 and 10.
选择拉了出来 ，Life 不停的去用技能闪转腾挪，不停的去给压力。
The Libra has it all to do.
要面对一个1v2，他只能够先封烟封打一边，先打 A 小。 但刘一手有纳米蜂群，直接给了，想走。
He has to try and get out and save, and that's when Life peeks in. Jesus.
拉出来收掉了阿鲁巴。
哇 ，Life 这个耶鲁确实玩出了那种比较搞人心态的一种玩法。
真的是神鬼布局。
对他的所有的一些技能
But like it sucks for Wolves to just be getting hammered this much.
就我们当时在中
But
场的时
I'm
候说过了，
really
如果你要
like happy that like FPX
放
just
点
look
打回防，但是你要知道对面只要把这个包
very
安了下来，
in
然后他给不
control,
停的去
just
给技
dominant.
能给烟，然后给舌吻扑出来。
Lysor especially, like I'm glad that like Lysor's not looking complete
这个
tragic.
没办法是。那这一分已经来到了狼
It
队
started well, but
的
let it slip.
搜局。
Yeah, well, I think it was maybe like FPX having a bit of a slow start, but after FPX's timeout on the attack, or their defense, sorry,
你还没有安置
it's pretty much been all them.
无人机直接找到刘一手的点位。先把速度放慢下来，对于 FPS 来说，他们非常求稳啊，他们知道了对手是个存钱分。
猜到了对手可能
Isn't
会
this
有一
pretty
些
much
激进的前
well?
沿
It's similar. Like FPX have taken bits of like Loud's comp.
大脚步本令带着爆能器跟自己的队友集合打一波 B
They
点，
had
标了2个点，
Viper
和重生点的位置应该是要打一波提速了。
盖烟给提速了。
Breach KO.
但人口是有一根半线的，寻敌剑直接秒打。
So it's really only the Viper that
只
they've taken.
漏了一个枪声。
这个半线第一时间的话，可能是想要去办一下这个假身呀，我感觉，因为 Life 通常在进攻方是会先放一个假身的。
哦，对，但是如果你的半线被假身踩了，那
Wolves gone walking because it's been a minute and they've got no info.
但是我们要看一下，
They're gonna hear all of these steps
2个人
too.
已经压出来了。
听到了，
来了大脚步，
有没有说法？有，和阿鲁巴直接架着。
Aluba gets 2 just as a volley comes in. Anybody else really there to fight? Not really. You've buttered them up a little. And Life staying here, I think, is good. This is rough from Spring.
但还是有机会的，因为3名选手都是踩到方块的。现在要看一下这个巡敌剑的一个效果，能不能关上一下。
巡敌剑直接给出来，看一下照到有一手。
Oh, he wallbangs him on the snake bite too.
双杀巡敌剑有收益。
Vulnerable to his own teammate. Oh my god, Coldfish. Literally done from all of the damage from these two guys here. They buttered him up so much that just some wallbang damage was enough.
巡敌剑正义是打掉了对手3个人。
我只能说这一波手工得给阿鲁巴和克里斯给记一记。就这2个人，阿鲁巴先拿到了双杀，而且克里斯这个碎片艺术其实是提供了非常多的伤害，
削减了非常多的血量。
对，导致到后续对于狼队来说有一个很好的操作机会。Coldfish 抓台美先收掉了 Autumn， 而且再打到留一手，而且 Autumn 这个舌吻好像还噗呲了。
就把血量削减的比较低的情况下，他后续的这个只需要打身体就可以了。
对，就点一枪身体就结束了。
What time is it now?
那 FPS 其实遭到了重创啊，被对手直接完成了一个eco局的翻盘。
3 players on an eco, 2 rifles here.
OK, Life pick 出来拿信息直接传走，不请自来来到 B 点。Coldfish B 点其实也感受到了压力啊。
You don't have the turret to sort of take that contact and make your job easier for the Sova.
直接先垫一点伤害，哎，要吸球
They got the camera though, and actually they.
这个吸球是吸引你来。
How did Life do that? Was that based off of anything?
这个半线真绊到了假身。
对 ，YU 这个位置很尴尬的，他被血量穿得很残，11滴血，要先退了。因为现在目前的话，不知道 B 包点有没有人，还要慢慢的去清。
Life 想要去打得主动一点，但阿鲁巴在绕，给一个烟，盖炮台盖住了，
盖到了，没有人听到。
那
Smart to flank all the way around is good. So this position for Autumn is out in the open. Great second kill too. You got a late lurk here actually coming in from Berlin, but they know that he's there. Is it a cipher trip? It must have been. Yeah.
而且点内阿阳也倒了 ，Life 这个残局很难打。
Yeah, good retake from Wolves.
传射将他带走，10比7。 这份对于狼队来说其实是有惊无险的。我第一时间 Coldfish 倒了，是留给队伍一个很大的隐患。
嗯，刚刚 YU 那个位置其实也
蛮危险的。
headshot
too. That's the most impressive part.
就只能说对于狼队而言，他们后续的这个处理确实是非常好的。
是。
Oh, we didn't see it again.
这个绕后啊，利用这个黑杖去照炮台这个行为。 导致到当时进攻方是。
Do you think we'll see Club in VCT? Yeah, I think some teams gonna play them.
这个神经取息最后也是拿到了3个人的信息嘛，所以让狼队后续的一个回防会打得比较轻松一点。
是。
But there's like 44 teams in the league. Surely one of them has some cooked up strategy.
名牌。
For their utility.
其实前期放在 B 通口子那个位置，就是去办 Life 的一个假身的，就没有任何的办法，而且他还得规避这个假身去穿对手的一些人员。
看一下，暂停完回来之后，对 FPS 来说要怎么去调整
？And you're gonna be the best club in the world.
全前分确实是比较伤，他们在转点的过程中，感觉对于中路有可能。
MAE, FPX, Trace, even Trace would play it.
这个就是我们在说亚海玄城中路的一个重要性，就如果
I think some tier 2 teams in China would definitely pick them up.
后续其实你在进攻方，即便你是个枪械优势，你想要转点，但是你
Not quite sure who.
加很多的过点。
是。
Maybe like a rare atom, depending on some of the games that they might have. How's Paper X versus T1 going?
现在要好好的想一想了。 怎么去操作？其实我觉
I
得
guess most
现
of
在
you
目
wouldn't
前
necessarily
对于
know,
狼队来说，这个防守方的一个回防的纪律性还是比较好的。
CCG will do.
但现在方布拉的
They're the ones that
数据
beat
上面来看，其实除了
Rare Atom, right?
和也没有了，就可能状态没有那么的好。
这些可能只有 Life 发挥是相对来说是比较。
除了 Life 对。
I do want to catch up on those VODs, but we're not going to see Rare Atom nor CCG play until like the July, right?
防守前，这应该是想要去做一个那个比较常规的顶 B link 的那个行为。
They've already got to pick onto Aluba, who they went for the Vision Strikers play and they just got sprayed through. I think maybe it was a Haunt that caught them.
边的，
他是 Haunt is still there, so it's not that.
结果被 Life 给接了。
这个小型无人机看了一下中路的位置，没有人。
FX 1 bonus 7-8 now.
也是听到了 A 小
What's the
是
map?
有人的，开了小型无人机，第一时间看看要不要放人去 A 小，还是说5个人直接抱团来一波 A 大。
但如果要打 A， 其实我们从上帝视角能够看到 Y 有很多技能是给到
So T1's pick, surely.
有2个半线嘛，加上一个监控。
Raises a question, what's the comp that they're running? Sorry, I'm asking a lot of questions, but like, Paybrex, they're forced to play so much of it at Madrid when their Lotus wasn't good enough.
已经被清了个
Same comp for both
监控，但半线依旧存在。YU 先抓一个把柏林给打掉，而且 YU 在2楼很有说法，完成了双杀了。看一下 A 小这波对枪能对赢吗
You're not gonna win the Odin in a spray battle like that, Ison.
Coldfish 一梭子压到底，收掉了 Life。2打3，但是现在
Do they realize that YU's behind this
都不太
box?
健康。
但是方普拉斯也只能打 A 了，时间不够了，这个门还没有第一时间没有关，想要去主动
He's
前进
tucking
是
right in
太够
though.
的。看了一眼没有人，但是
This is a lot of like space given up. It's 12 seconds. They've tried to clear it, see if they can spot somebody out.
全面封锁，直接布置了出来。正面看一下 YU 想抽过点，能找到机会找到了，留一手将他补掉。5秒、4秒，
Gonna go for it.
但时间拖完了，已经 Spring 走就可以了。这个爆能器是来不及安置的。
是的，非常的尴尬。
Chaotic round, but nice one.
其实只有3到4秒的时间了。
第2时间，其实狼队的指挥是非常清晰啊。
It's a shame, really, that they're trying to get him to get a clash, but I don't know. Oh, they just spot him. He TPs just before the smoke shows. That's good for like good for FPX at least. No, sorry, good for Wolves. To like actually have that replay in the VOD review, right? They're like, okay, yeah, 10 not better.
来说掐表就可以了，我掐个3秒 ，pick 出去看一眼，
对，
就行。
It's a trip actually going across market. One trip here, buy is still good for Wolves.
非常远的一个
Wolves might be able to even up the score soon because it's looking like an eco afterwards for FPX. You got the Nightfall, you've got a Viper's Pit. Viper doesn't have the spike though.
清一下中路，感觉方普拉斯这个进攻方其实把会去
They
盖
put
一个
this trip here because of this Euro
市场的一个前面的位置，
Must be.
就是防止对手的一个前压。第2时间再来
What review for counter Eurocom? Can I help?
现在看一下欧特的弹幕能不能够有点效果，看一下能不能够去尝试性的往纵深里面去摸一下，因为你能够看到现在狼队他2根半线的位置是刚刚好卡住2个很关键的要点位，这2个
Yeah, you could also do all of the snake bite stuff for breaking the camera up here.
对，
而且这2根半线更多的是用来探信息的。
I haven't necessarily spotted it
就
too
你
much
只要
though.
贴到那个位置，我只要拿到信息就可以。
但是
Haven't been completely like glued in, I
这个是一个
suppose.
比较偏低的半线啊，这是要半人的了，卡在中间的才是拿信息的。
没有假身了哟，可能趟进来的人员会吃亏哦。
等到叶灵，看一下。
Why he's not afraid to hold his ground because of this trip? All he needs is to get one off of it.
能收到吗？好像
And he does. Counter spray from Life can't quite get him. And a Hunter's Fury is going to be used in this choke.
这波拼枪，克里斯拼赢。
Really good hold from Wolves. Yeah, it was nice to see like FPX tried to plan accordingly around it.
1换1不够啊，不解渴。 虚拟剑直接给出来，看一下阿阳这个点位，知道了暗影的效
Cypher setup, especially on A, is just too good.
完成双杀，虚拟剑直接过来找到了阿阳的点位，但刚刚好阿阳已经掩护队友出到了 A 大外 ，Life 先抓了一个把 Spring 给收掉了。
1 versus 1 though, Life 25 and 13. Literally comes down to a clutch in the end, just another chaotic fight. Oh, it's a shame because I thought Wolves had that. They had that, like they played out their whole strategy perfectly. But just as soon as it gets into like touch and go.
进行一个滚动的，
是
这个半线还是踩到了。如果是给低半线的话，
You're in a 5 versus 3.
的红利，中半线的话才是
4 versus 2.
信息的。
And Iang just gets 2 massive kills there.
也是比较关键的，接住了对手2个。
而且他在临死之前，因为他是被探照到了，所以刚刚好2楼的当时 Spring。
We'll still have a buy, but only just like Bulldogs here and stuff.
在传点。
And then spray from distance, so Coldfish doesn't get sprayed back.
知道 Coldfish 手里是一把奥丁，给了这一分是给了一个还是同样这个前点市场的烟。所以。 就是想要去掩盖一下狼队在前期中路获取信息的一个能力，
对，
削减一下。
FPS 把中路给控住，对于他们来说，不管是打 A 小还是去夹 B 点
2 players now pushing tree.
对，我还有这个
really awkward fights to be taken, but at least you have the Omen that can TP across. They do.
收一波了，埋了一个凹槽。
There's a lot of just gambling stuff from Wolves here. I think Spring just showed himself like for a pixel. Allowed Berlin to get that pick.
控制得很好啊。 而后续点那
2个， you've got 50 seconds FPX. This doesn't need to be as pacey as it is.
自己防守方复活点了，但 Coldfish 在点内，他是一把奥丁啊，这把奥丁感觉不开火。
Especially when you got all of the Cypher utility over here. Paranoia is really nice. They're trying to fight off the snake bite. Life still manages to still get both of them, and it's just a silver on site, which I think they know is on site, so they could. But they're gonna be careful about this. But the spike is headed towards A, and everybody else is gonna hold.
最后收尾12比8。 FPS 这个控中路的能
I
力
think
还是很
Wolves
强
kind
的，
of put
而且
themselves in a
这
bad
个其实
spot
从
there.
侧
There's a
面能够
lot
感
of
到
like
狼队
full
打得现在这么目
dedication.
前
Like you had the
这个
omen
阶段
like
尾这个
TP in
来到
onto
一个垃圾
shot.
战，其实他们
Obviously
这
they
种
can
细节把
TP
握
out, so
还
that's
是
not
很
much of a
差的。
gamble.
对，
But then Spring getting stuck in this corner for out.
就感觉这个进攻方的FunPlus 这个市场的烟瘾
Life
给
is
第一时间
farming,
中
yeah.
路和小道的一些位置，他防守方的狼队他打不了协同
啊，
所以导致小道第一时间迟迟不敢出，中路也出不了有烟，所以第二时间会形成一个比较被动的局势。
而且这个我觉得可能就是对于战术比较丰富的队伍的一些红利和好处吧。就对于狼队来说，其实如果对手的打法比较单一，那其实他们就循规蹈矩的去接就可以了。
对。
但因为
Oh,
FPS
man.
他们在进攻方，其实他们
Wolves.
战术是非常丰富的，他们有很多样的打法，导致到其实他们很犹
Hopefully
豫。
you might have
就你
some
能够感
cooked
觉到
on
他们在
a
接战的过程
Lotus.
中，他们经常需要去思考，就想一想对面到底要做些什么。
对。
那你在思考的过程中，有可能你就会忽略掉一些很致命的细节，导致到你开局先倒一个人。这刚才 Spring 就是感觉这个中路过点，他很犹豫是直接坚持去架这个过点，架这个拐角，还是说 pick 出来去拿信息？在他犹豫之间，身位没有控制好，然后直接被柏林。
So this might be the
而且
last
当
map.
时的话，他背后是没有人员
Do we
帮
get
他
to
能
see
够
today?
去补枪的，所以导致中路的话一直陷入一个让FunPlus不断的去抓取的一个薄弱点。
对。一直不停的去拿优势，然后打到最后是一个5打4。那其实对于 FPS 来说，他们在有人数优势的情况下，他们还是能够。
Real question is everybody hydrated? Haggy guess. I'm
在结束
hydrated
之后，
enough.
这一
I
番其实狼队的经验是会比较尴尬的，只能进行一波混起，有杀起杀了。
left it on the side.
18个击杀数了，
很吓
I
人。
got some more
太
anyway.
夸张了。把奥尼
Right, let's round for Wolves potentially, and Spring has just gone in with no help.
强行逐风往前走，是直接被欧腾给接了，而且
I know that they're on an eco, but like, come on.
这把正义只能点一个，把阿阳点掉。
雾化终止。
这一波想去打协同，暂停完回来之后想打协同，但你能够明显感觉到有好几次，其实狼队想要去从防守方打一些主动的防守前压，都被 FPS 给捕捉到了。
是，
不管是在刚才前几分有一个
I'm plenty hydrated.
B Link 的一个夹击，还是
I'm definitely more ready to cast today than I was
那其
yesterday.
实就侧面的说明了FunPlus 在
Yeah, I
进
think I
攻
was.
中他的一个默认做的是比较好的。
I have just been like ill with something, but it passed yesterday.
就他慢起来，其实他们是有思考的，他们都会在考虑说防守方到底要怎么去做。
那现在目前这个局势就比较尴尬 ，A 点的话是只有2个人，网友手里还没有枪，只有一把正义。鲁把这个枪其实在远距离作战能力会比较弱哟。
是，而且关键是，如果 Coldfish 要去打回防，这把判官怎么打回防呀？
本令，手里还有暗眼，很有可能这里会推一个暗眼，直接清这个铁箱啊。
要打闪，直接先清前点位。
4 vs 2, sorry. 4 vs 3.
很有问题。
So these are good positions for Wolves to be in. Great shot from Ryu. They could take the attention away from where Luba is.
里面还有人，但这个烟感觉持续时间快要
He's just in the smoke waiting. It might not even be needed. No, they just clear Luba. Despite Ryu getting some cracked shots.
Coldfish 是一把判官。 甚至这个时候对 Coldfish 来说，他只能够仰仗一下雷击剑，能够给自己垫一点血量上的优势，让自己
Really, FX have not planted default like once. Everything's set up anyway. 13-8. Oh, that's tough for Wolves. Like you were leading the line for a little part of it. Fairly close also at half time. Just FX's attacking side with this comp is just too good. Better performance from Lysol, Autumn more on like a flex roll as opposed to another duelist with life. Looking much, much stronger, and they have a really nice idea on how to play Scent. For Wolves though, horrible week to start with. Yeah, sorry, let's watch this bit quickly back again just to see what happened with this paranoia.
觉得到他们这种伤害型的技能，包括像是黑梦的一些探信息的一些技能，其实给的非常。
Oh, we don't really see it there.
都被 FPS
scroll it all the way back.
很多样的，经常有感觉就是博瑞来说他
被杀了，
把奥宁丢了中路。
It was just too far to the right.
很吓人，
太夸张。
Like you don't want to do it for here, really.
把奥宁丢了。
Like imagine if that actually hits this choke. Like, if it goes where it should do, because I think most teams would do it across down here anyway. Because if there's a play stuck out in the open, it can't be traded. Like, you have a recon have to go this side, you got the paranoid people in the position where everybody is, and then this is just, like, no man's zone. No man's land, sorry. But yeah, good stuff from FPX at least, but Wolves topping off a pretty crappy week unless they could win on Lotus.
可能在亚海全程，因为这张地图其实说白了，它不是很大，它可能业务的一个范围会比较受局限。但是你可以看到它非常多的一些像不请自来，还有它的一些传送的锚点，其实给的都是非常有技巧性的。
Last one I need to worry about. So what we've got FPX versus Wolves.
而且在每一波狼队在特别是防守方想要去进行的一些防守前压，就除了刚才这一波纯前锋的翻盘，除此之外，其实基本上防守前压都没有很好的效果。
对，
夹逼 Link 也好，还是说 A 点这个推暗眼，然后去配合到 Spring 的一个截锋逐风向前去，想利用巨人的灵活度去完成一些技战，但是都没有收到很好的效果。
是，
那我们也可以。
I mean the play was a good one. It was just the paranoia not going where it should do.
我方还剩。
Yeah, wait.
Are you tweeting for VOD update? I'll retweet it. No. I'm just putting the VOD up on YouTube.
3, 2, 1, pick.
Right, the chance of me, what are we at time was 15 minutes. I might be able to catch a little bit of the next map, but I'm gonna run ads now just so they're out of the way. And I'm just gonna pop to the loo as well real quick. So we'll be back. And then if we missed the last map, we'll send it over to somebody else that's watching. So yeah, one sec.
串走了，一滴血 ，nice， 然后再爆。
好的，我们看一下本场比赛 MVP 将会给到 Life， 我觉得当之无愧，373的 ACS，2.1的 KDA， 然后269的平均每回合伤害，
是的，
这非常夸张的这个数字，而且还有多达8次的夺杀，
是非常夸张了。 其实我觉得从上半场能够看出来 ，Life 这个夜路在这样力度确实是下了很大的一个功夫了。
对，而且刚才其实从这个 Team Radio 你能够感觉到，就是 Life 其实是在进攻的过程中去占据一个主导的一个指挥，就他会引导队伍要怎么去打。那我们可以看一下整体数据情况啊，一边 Life 拿到了28个击杀数，其实在另外一边狼队这边 YU 的发挥也是非常亮眼的，来到21个击杀，并且有256的 ACS。但是非常可惜，我觉得对狼队来说，就是他们打到后续，他们 跟对手去拼这种一些战术的深度或者一些打法的一些思路，其实是有点拼不过的。
对，
明显后面有很多一些关键的回合 ，FPS 拿出了更多这种压箱底的东西，然后去面对对手，狼队是有点难招架的。
是的，那整体的比分呢是13比8。从这个率先击败率上面来看的话，12个确实是比较遥遥领先的。包括在进攻方一个获胜这个部署爆能器的一个获胜比。 7次赢了5次，
对，
还可以啊。
就对于狼队来说，他们安置爆能器的次数是明显有点少的，所以这个我觉得可能对于他们而言，在进攻方确实他们需要去下更多的一些思路，要好好的去考虑一下。我觉得最后上半场的2分没有能够成功获取，然后让自己进入到一个7比5的领先，其实对他们来说也是比较伤的。他们让自己的容错其实是有点丢失。
对。
而对于 FPS 来说，就是他们在拿到优势的情况下，其实他们很能够稳住心态，他们非常喜欢并且擅长去按部就班。 一步一个脚印，然后去把自己的优势进一步的扩大，到最后成为盛世。我觉得这个可能打到最后都已经进入到一个他们自己非常熟悉、非常擅长的一个节奏里了。那我对于2支队伍来说也是需要一些时间去休息，我们也是稍事休息，精彩比赛马上回来。
Everybody gonna tear you down when they know there's only one gold, and they know that it's yours. Will I fold? No. I done been through too much. I done put it all on the line. I done sacrificed my life and my well-being. Man, it's time to push to the limit and work till we finish the push to the limit and work. We gotta push to the limit and work till we finish the push to the limit and work. No. Will I ever give up? No. Will I settle for less? No. Will I elevate way beyond the hate even when I got stress? Yes. Keep my eyes on the prize. Yes. And continue to climb. Yes.
He'd no longer do streaming and so get more training. I believe all of his efforts have paid off. I mean, that's a good like move from him too. Just so that it's a bit more like shows that he's serious about it. I think that's like really nice for players like him to be doing. But also it's a luxury that he can afford to have. There's a lot of other players that kind of have to build their brand and stuff and do the streaming. Like Life is a massive brand already where he doesn't need to stream as often.
好的，各位观众，欢迎回到5位区私人联赛，我是解说 OC，
我是解说 Vivi。
是的，刚才其实经历了一场非常跌宕起伏的亚海全程比赛之后，接下来马上要进入到了 FunPlus 的自选图，将会来到莲华古城。
是的，
那这张地图其实我觉得对莲华古城来说是非常熟悉的。
对，他们也是比较擅长于打这样地图的嘛。其实他们在这样地图，拿的一些阵容是比较常规的，像上伯乐、盖克、幽影、雷兹和蝰蛇。那反观狼队这边的这样地图的一个选角的话，其实也是像双烟、像灵啊。像幽影，还有包括蝰蛇这样的一些阵容，不知道他们今天会不会在这样地图有一些比较特殊的一些辩证？
对，现在对于狼队来说，可能先要稳住心态，因为对于他们来说，确实这个首胜压力会变得越来越大，因为我觉得这个可能就是我们之前一直在聊的一鼓作气的事情，但其实从客观上面来说，狼队从当时的 Kick Off 打到现在，他每个对手都非常强。当时在 Kick Off 面对的2个对手是打过世界赛的2个对手，是EG 和 BLG， 然后再来到这一次，其实上来面对的第一个对手打 TEC， 其实 TEC 在 Kick Off 又要再次面对一个
We haven't seen Wolves play this map.
所以现在对于狼队来说，其实
they did play against Tech, right? And it was fairly straightforward.
其实一直都没有办法进入可能他们平时比较擅长、比较熟悉的节奏，甚至可以说你每一张地图打下来都可能会出现有部分选手没有办法进入到一个很好的比赛状态的情况下，我觉得这个对于他们来说，想要去拿到胜利，其实是有点
就你可以感觉到狼队就是跟其他队伍打的时候，可能小分差的会比较少，但是就是拿不下胜利。对，我觉得这也是一件非常伤的事情。
是我们之前一直在说一鼓作气再而衰三而竭，然后其实现在对于他们来说，甚至可能已经来到了一个世界相对来说比较枯竭的状态了。就看一下他们现在到底能不能够有一个转折点。就我们经常会说，其实转折点是很重要的。
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be the same for FPX.
体育一些足球、篮球的比赛里面，你总能够感觉到。当有英雄能够站出来，然后帮助队伍命中几个关键性的进球之后，其实团队的士气可能就会完全不一样。
是，
那可能现在对狼队来说就是这个样子。到底有没有人能够站出来帮助队伍打出一波连续提士气的操作，让队伍找回可能在训练赛、
the series of games that clash with Polaris and like whether they're good ones to miss.
的一些状态、训练赛的一些状态，能够找到比赛里面来，这个是最好的。
对，就是感觉队伍里面。
With the way that it's gone already, Hitbreaks won 13-10 before he come back. Won on
但其实，在上一个 BO 赛打 TEC， 阿鲁巴已经很兜了。
他确实，他作为控场，
He said that they were running the same comp.
那么多了。
对，你想2张地图后2张地图，阿鲁巴拿到60个击杀，但是现在
你要想，就一场比赛，如果一直他兜的话，其实这场比赛还蛮危险的。
Yeah, Jing's back at least.
其他人需要站出来。 要形成一个蝴蝶效应。
4-0 first kills, first deaths.
对，就你有一个选手能够站出来发挥，然后你能够把其他的一些队友能够把这个状态士气带起来，这个才是一个很好的良性循环。
是的。
我们可以看一下 FPS 的一个阵容情况，他们是拿到了一套相对来说自己非常熟悉的一套阵容啊，双烟，然后3烟。
They're running triple controller.
幽影、蝰蛇、星坠。 他们是把之前的一个阵容有一点点
what was it that Berlin said that they might run quadruple controller? This feels like a insert clove in here somewhere.
上一个3烟回顾一下，是当时捞的。 拿出来的3烟，
What are they cooking over in FPX?
然后在员工重镇拿到的3烟，
就把这个幽影不对，上伯乐的一个位置给替换掉了。
The thing is as well, like for FPX, there were so many teams in Evolution that ran kind of trolley comps, so just like really weird things.
然后你在里面穿
星际穿越了。
Right, EDG ran a comp similar to this too.
但是还蛮期待的哦，这条全新的阵容不愧是。
Well, like EDG were running crazy stuff as well. Trace were little, but it was most like EDG and FPX that were running crazy stuff. EDG got boring. They started playing like very generic comps instead of like some of the more crazy things. FPX are still stuck to them playing the crazy bits and pieces. So, like, credit to FPX for not going, all right, yeah, let's be more serious. The third controller replaced Life Chain, but yeah, but Life is back on like main duelist now.
没错没错，很少很少，几乎找不到。
I don't know why they wouldn't just put Lysor and Sentinel and Killjoy and stuff, I guess.
地图是来到了莲华古城，进攻方狼队，防守方是方 plus。
看到手枪局这近点的位置的话，阿阳想要去前顶，
哎，
第一时间是给个单向烟。这个独木虽然说进攻方给了，但是第一时间没有打算来控啊。
4 minutes.
哇，对狼队来说好头疼啊！这么多
Where's
的
this
烟要
come?
怎么去
It's
处理？
it's
就当然，
out
如果你
there.
队伍里面有一些能打这种藏烟闪的英雄，可能你处理烟会稍微相对来说方便一些。但是没有啊，
就只有阿阳的一个眩晕光波。
Very strange. We're also doing the same like pistol wall that they had
阿
before.
阳他们这种打这种3烟的一个情况吗？
啊，对他们可以自己去打一个藏烟闪，踩雷飞剑直接给过来了 ，Life 先被逼退。
I mean, honestly, I think I'd prefer running triple controller than a Cypher, to be
而
honest.
且阿鲁巴先收了一个，把 Life 给打掉，两个人直接过来做了一波协同，正面阿鲁巴和 Coldface 是成功顶住了
I
压
mean,
力。
the spike's been planted 4 versus 2. Both these players come from the same direction. You got a late leg from YU that is being watched by Berlin.
有预警。
Don't think that he needs to go at quite that pace.
得往前挪一挪，先把
You know,
右
whatever.
边清右边，看到左右都有人。
是右边看一下，忽略了。
They don't clear that corner.
好，先抓了一个把 Autumn 给打掉。
And now Berlin 1 versus 3 on 27 HP. Never mind, it's gone up. It was just from the decay.
52滴血。
No time.
对，时间也不够了。那最后没问题
Right,
拿到这个
Wolves
点数。
finally pick up
首
a
枪局狼
pistol.
队是成功拿下。
是。
Which I don't think they were able to do
想一想，好
beforehand.
像也就只有打 B 点会
Have to double
是一
check
个非常好
again.
的选择。
是的。
就 A 点有很多烟，然后同样 C 点也是的。
Yeah, Pix got both the pistols there.
这个 Link 的位置第一时间是没有扛得住啊，阿鲁巴是进来打了2个。
这个 AP 连扛住了压力。
Great foresight for China. I mean, at this
而
point,
且在
just
近距离
wait
的
for
情
the
况下，这个
clove, I
AP 连的
suppose.
标配是有点无解的，
是
就近距离不停的去用3连发，然后去闪身 pick， 有点不太好去处理。
It's very good for post plant though. Like the Astra's starts to be able to pull people off of defuses, but with how much teams have to fight for A main now, Omen's just winning out with the paranoia, the TP, like the smoke, the one way and stuff that you could do. There's so much reason to play Omen over Astra, but still the stuff that you could do with Astra on this map is solid.
柏林好像先
是
抽了一个，
抽掉了一个，
把 YU 给打掉了，而且 YU 是起了枪
To
的。
replace Raze for
他们要
clove?
赶紧往 C 点
Can
去
you
奔，
imagine?
不能让对面去把这把枪捡起来。但是看一下在另外一边 Coldface 中路的慢摸，直接被阿阳给抓了。
这把枪还能捡，
这感觉有点糟糕。现在
主要是本林在这个 C 大也是拿到非常多的信息了。
Move right to this corner. Berlin's gonna go
踩
down.
雷飞剑堵了一下柏林的站位，但是过点位好像抽了一枪，把鲁把的血量打得有点低啊，感觉。
So you've at least got like 2 kills early on, just from random spots on the map. Or replace the Gecko. I don't think you could pull Ayang away from this agent no matter what anyway.
这波3v3的回防
Yeah, I think that's my cue that it's time to hop in.
丢掉了，但是看一下正面，阿阳先收
Yeah,
了一个
Pavlos has given me a 5-minute warning, but
阿鲁把要面对个1v2的残局
I was going to do it off 4 minutes anyway, which is now. So yeah, I'll dip after this
规避
round.
一下，不停的去骚扰，然后有皮蛋拍到了阿鲁巴。
这个包是可以拆掉的。
对，这个包是可以拆的，要剑引过来，但是听到声音了，留一手用标配收掉了阿鲁巴。阿阳在关键时刻站出来这个口子，他利用手上的这把害灵，就对手掉给他的害灵，完成了很好的清剿。
What a time to send it over. I'll send you to Team B.
because
they'll be watching this, I think, for the rest.
对手一个加默认的0
啊，而且这个中路的慢
We'll give me casting. I'm doing Polaris.
看是有点冒险，
是。
特别
So
是
I'm casting Northern Europe.
非常近距离的一个交火点，就这种
But the games don't matter at all today, which is frustrating. But like it
但
happens.
有一个没搜到，那对手标配其实
Like after this week, it shouldn't happen too often. I just missed like a day or 2 here or there.
也比较快啊，
But yeah, thanks for everybody for tuning in. We'll be back tomorrow, even though there's no China. We'll be watching Pacific tomorrow. And then also catching up on the games that we've missed, including the rest of this map and the rest of this series, EDG and JDG as well. So yeah, thanks for watching, everybody. See you soon. Where's it streamed? I'm sending you there now. Bye. Bye, everybody on YouTube as well. Bye bye.
想不停的给对手一些压力。
比如说